Yeah,
don't.
we're live.
I'm,
Here we are.
I'm starting to grow it back.
So we're gonna
my awful joke.
now we're gonna start distributing links to various social media platforms.
It's not a very good mustache.
All right, self promotion. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Is our team grim and perilous?
That is the name of the studio that produces Zweihander.
That's
Nice.
the team that made it.
Yeah, we should know these things. Maybe. Probably not.
Hunter should definitely.
I do definitely know that.
It does definitely know that.
He did know it when I said it. I trust that.
I trust that. What if he didn't know it? What if he just recalled it?
Alright, it is up and running. Cool.
All right.
I don't care
Here we
about
go.
Firefox.
No.
Oh no, I never opened my character sheet, did I?
Cody's head looks shaved right now. Just like shaved on the top, but have a ponytail in the back.
Let me see. You won't be able to hear me when I look at this, but look for the cool, cute curl in my hair if it's still there.
Alright, so Cody's
No.
a female elf, and
There it
Jordan,
is.
you're a female elf.
No, I'm a female human.
Okay. And Topher, you're a male dwarf.
Yes,
Just so I have
much
everything
cute,
lined
many
up so
wows.
I can look at people's names. I've got some game notes I got.
I feel like I'm
You
not close enough.
You are.
Don't worry, don't mind me. I feel like I'm a little right now.
Oh, I should have this open too.
My neck just like broke. I was like,
I think I heard that over the. All right, Tex is in the chat already. Look at him. He's such a good.
Tex
a
is-
good
Is
guy.
that nice?
he's
Hi.
on the ball.
Man,
That's what
they
I've
were,
always
like,
said
on
about
that when
Tex.
you posted that in there, dude. They were just like, yeah, cool, guys.
I've
yeah.
been hyping us up. I'm so bad at picking colors. Like, you guys aren't watching the stream right now, but I'm trying to find a gray to like cover up this horrendously
Well, I
bright
mean,
white.
You naturally would be the worst at picking colors.
Yeah. fair
No, I
point.
know.
I was gonna
like-
say, are you actually looking for gray or?
Yeah. So okay, when you look at the color boxes for a filled
Hunter,
square.
you remember your color blind, right?
No, I know.
You remember that.
Gosh,
so-
dude.
In these rows, Nathan,
Yeah.
which one is gray?
And these rows.
Yeah,
Like, what do you mean
I
on-
just need a gray.
And these. Okay. I know what you mean.
Like 4 down, 6 over, or whatever.
So at the very top line, because you're choosing like the
Yeah.
colors, it should be like it's in the top left. It goes black and slowly goes up to white.
Oh, duh,
So-
of course. Oh my God, you're the worst. You're the best worst. Here we go.
Dude, just say I'm the worst with how harshly
Oh my
I
God,
treat
you're
you
the-
a lot of times.
Here we go.
You
That's
can treat
fair.
me poorly on stream once in a while.
It's just
Once
so
in a
it's just
while.
so bright. I just want to cover up just a little bit of this like horrendously bright background.
Right.
Oh, that's an option. That's probably not one that the developers of Roll20 were like thoughtful.
Have you talked to the Roll20 devs about introducing a dark mode?
Yeah. Well, I searched for it like endlessly when we were getting
That
ready
would
to
be
do
pretty
this.
cool.
And that makes like no difference on the stream. Whatever. Okay, so here we are. We're live on the official Zweihander RPG channel, and we're getting ready to start our first episode of the Scarlet Sash stories. And we're gonna do just like a little bit more like prep work stuff, and then I'll count us in for whoever edits these things, and then we're gonna go.
Oh man, I'm so startled.
Stortled.
I'm so startled.
There's a gremlin in my workroom. I've got to get her out.
But what if they want to see the ugly cat?
Oh my God, his cat is so ugly.
But
You guys-
who was
Do you
phone?
guys want to see the ugly cat?
You should show the cat because it's just like it's
Dude,
an
cats get
abomination.
views, right?
Yo, hold on, that's not a cat.
Look at that.
No, I
That's
just want to
not
let
cat.
you know that's not a cat.
This is an Ewok.
What is that?
Yeah,
that,
that is an Ewok.
that like facial structure is just like.
That is actually an
I
Ewok from
told you,
Planet of
it's like
Endor.
someone hit it in the face with a brick. It was not very nice, but it's there.
When it was
I do not
born,
condone
it was
animal
actually
violence.
born off of
I
a
should be
cliff
sure to
and
clarify.
it hit its face coming down.
They talked to the
He's real
vet.
chill though.
They were like, "Hey vet, what is wrong with her allergies? Is there anything we can do?" And the vet was like, no, her face is just kind of smushed. So no, not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, it's too bad they were like, so your cat is perfectly fine. Your cat's faking it for attention.
Yeah.
My favorite.
Yeah. She'll grow on you. She might be really ugly now, but the more time you spend with her, you're like, oh, you kind of are cute. There is something here.
I don't
Nope.
believe that at all.
Nope.
She needs
I
to
don't
be
think
shaved
so.
really bad though.
It's an endearment
I'm gonna say
thing.
no to
Yeah, I
that.
don't believe that at all. Okay, so there's something I needed to do and I forgot what it was. Oh, in
Give us some
Discord.
backstory. That's what you need to do.
No,
Oh,
so
he's got it.
so in Discord I am turning off my noise suppression. So because
You want to be able to go
Through-
scream?
well through OBS. Oh, I'm double streaming. Sorry.
Now you're echoing.
Yeah, I did that on accident. Through OBS, when I'm streaming, there is no noise suppression. So they hear all of the weird shit that I do, and you guys wouldn't. So if I want to make like Matthew Mercer noises or whatever, I have to have it off. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear it.
Give me an example of a Matthew Mercer noise.
Like or
Okay.
you know.
Does a good job of cutting it out. Yeah.
Yeah. So I turned it off now. So if I like, oh my god, my cat's staring at me. All right, we'll bring my cat up.
We're supposed to be
Everyone-
playing a game, and this is.
I have
This is
I
cat
have-
roulette.
See, this is what a cat is
locked my
supposed to
cats
look
out
like.
on purpose.
It's
That's
really
what that is what
That
cat.
is what
Yeah.
a cat is supposed to look like.
This is
That's
Rudy.
a real cat.
Yeah.
That's not an Ewok.
And he's got, now look at this. He's got 6 toesies on his
He's got
front
six
paws.
hard to see, and
Toby?
he is throwing
Yeah.
it.
He's a lucky cat.
Yeah.
all the more beans to squeeze.
Yeah.
All the more beans.
Okay. So we are ready to go officially.
Let's do it.
We've shown the cats and we've turned off the Mercer suppressor. And
Like that.
yeah. So we're
Mercer
here
suppressor.
on behest of Zweihander RPG people putting on a show for the official Twitch channel because they were looking for content and we had content to offer. And so we're gonna introduce ourselves.
We have content.
Yeah, we do.
No one said it was
We
good
have content.
We're gonna introduce ourselves real quick and then we're gonna launch right into it. We're gonna start with some backstory stuff. And then we're going to do a little bit of like session 0, like, oh my God, get out of here, cat. Like prep work. So we're going to talk
Just trying to
about,
steal the show.
yeah, we're going to talk about the safety tool that we're going to use, also published by Grim and Perilous Publishing. We're going to talk about expectations during gameplay. We're going to talk a little bit about how we're going to like delegate responsibilities and stuff like that. And then we're going to play. And we're going to play for probably between 3
2.
and 4 hours. So we started at 9. We're going to go till 1. And we're not going to go later than 1. So that's why it's between 3 and 4 hours. If we hit a point at like 12:30 where it's like, that's a pretty good like climax for whatever we're doing or a good place to stop, then we're going to stop. Because we don't want to like get in the middle of something big
Overextend.
at like 12:45 and be like, we can't stop here. We got to keep going.
But what if somebody with nature powers
Entangles
entangles the
everything.
whole raid?
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
And we're not
And
gonna
we're
do
here
that.
for
Talk about
6
that. That
hours.
was a
All the
nightmare.
wagons.
Yeah.
We do not talk about that.
That was an RPG horror story.
Yeah, but
And
you
it
know,
wasn't
it
even
created a
in the horror
memory.
game. I run the horror games. I should include more tangles.
Someone should
Yeah.
message Matt so that he knows we're talking shit on him.
Oh, he was supposed to watch tonight.
I know.
Don't worry.
Oh man.
Okay, so introductions. My name is Hunter. Hunter Nedland. I am the game master, the writer, the producer. There's going to be some of my art in here. I do a lot of stuff for this campaign.
Don't worry, his art's terrible.
Yeah, it's awful. It's really just like garbage. And yeah, so I kind of put this together because we've enjoyed Zweihander for a really long time. We played it a little bit like a year ago, something like
About
that.
that long, yeah.
Yeah,
And-
wow, time flies.
Yeah, and so then when I saw Daniel's message in the Discord, I was like, hey, we do that. So yeah, I'm Hunter. I use he, him pronouns for those of you in the chat who want to refer to me by pronouns. And yeah, we'll just start from the top. We've got, let's see if I can do this right. Over here.
It's backwards on mine,
Is it?
but yeah,
How?
like you're over here. Boop. Yeah.
That's weird.
I,
That is really
I don't
weird.
even know how
Who
that.
knows?
Anyway, well, Jordan, you
Call it
go.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Trish. I mean, I'm Jordan. Crow. I use he, him pronouns,
That's good. Yeah,
and I play games.
that's good.
Yeah.
We'll go.
Cody.
Yeah. Go. Wait. So no, I'm down here. Thank you very much.
See, on
Um,
mine, you're
Yeah, my name
right here.
is Cody
Oh,
O'Hare.
weird. Okay, I see.
I'm an actor, writer. I have loved playing a lot of tabletop. I DM for this group pretty frequently,
Yeah.
on and off throughout the year. And I will be playing Lillian Eldora.
Oh yeah, I'll be playing Trish Kleins. That's the thing I forgot.
Hey guys, I'm Topher DeChico. I've known these guys for a while, playing online together. I'm terrible about showing up on any kind of regular basis, but I made a promise to them that I would be here for Zweihander, so here I am.
Yeah.
And I am playing Hart.
The
Hard?
dwarf. Yeah.
Hart. I don't know how to say his name even. It's got a D and a T at the end.
Every time you introduce us or introduce yourself, we'll start calling you by whatever word comes out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, it's gonna be different every time. It's fine.
You're right. Alright, I'm next.
Yeah. You're the last one.
Oh my god. I'm Nate the Great. I'm the tyrant of the
Nate the
Sugar Bros
Great.
Discord. Welcome to the club.
Get
We'll
out.
have all sorts of fun. I'm just a nerd. I like playing tabletops. I buy way too many tabletop books and even built a bookshelf specifically for them. But
Yeah.
so
How many
anyways.
D&D 3.5 books do you have?
Hey, you're rocking
now?
back and forth like a psycho.
Over
He's
Yeah.
excited.
Over 50
Jesus.
by
And
now.
if you wanted to liquidate those into U.S. currency,
Yeah, what's the
is that
total value?
Oh my God, so-
$89,000. Put
Too
a down
much because
payment
the
on a
player's
car.
just a player's handbook anymore is like $60-$70.
That's
That doesn't
crazy.
include like some of the limited edition stuff I have that's like still sealed when they reprinted like 5 of the main books. But anyways, I'm playing Celine Herzog, the Unpredictable.
Yeah.
She's a psycho, short and
A
simple.
little bit.
She's a psycho.
She
Yeah.
is. You'll understand when you play, Topher. You will understand.
There's a reason that the whole reason that this stream is mature is because of Nate, actually.
there's some of that.
Yeah, there are
Contribution.
percentages here that are not equal. Is
Yeah.
all I'll say.
I'm crazy.
So, yeah, so to begin with, we're going to talk about a little bit the safety tool that we are using, which is called Entreat the Darkness, which is also published by the Grim and Perilous Studios. And basically, this is something that the 5 of us are going to agree on ahead of time before we start playing, so that we don't end up including content that one of us is not like interested in including. And this is something that the 5 of us are like aware of already, because we've played role-playing games together for like forever. Like I think
At least 5.
Yeah,
the
at least
first
5 years.
the first time
At least 5 forevers.
yeah, 5 forevers. So the first time that I played an RPG with Jordan was when we were like 14 which is like
Yeah,
literally
like sophomore high
yeah,
school.
like
Century
that's like
ago.
half our lives ago.
Short lives.
Yeah.
For a long
So
time ago.
this group has played games together for a very long time. And so we all kind of know each other's like limits and interests and what people want to do and don't want to do and what people are comfortable with. But that is not really a great reason to not talk about this stuff, at least a little bit before we start. And so
Speaking of
go ahead.
how long we played together, how long ago was the Vine incident now?
The Vine incident was
at least
was like
sounds like
it was like
platform
5
Vine
years
was.
ago. Yeah, it was
I
like
gonna say
three
that
or four,
alone
was
has been
it?
like
It
yeah,
was.
Can't be that
it's
long.
Wow.
Is it really?
yeah.
Yeah, we haven't played 3.5 in a long
Yeah.
time, so yeah. It must
Correct.
Yeah, because that was D&D 3.5. I was living
Yeah,
in the
that was
other
when we were-
house.
Yeah. We tried
And
to play with
Listen,
Topher for the first time, and I'm like,
I know
"Wait,
we-
Topher."
I know we always get lost, so I brought maps.
nice.
Oh, good. Those will be really
Yeah,
helpful
cartography as a skill.
in this digital only format.
Right.
It's just so
Topher
I
will just
don't
be
get
like,
lost.
well, according to this map over here.
Yeah, we can trust him.
Yeah.
He won't lead us astray.
That's true.
So I
I don't know
shared
if Topher's never led me astray.
in
Maybe twice.
in our Zweihander Discord channel, I shared the 4 like tenets of this Entreat the Darkness safety tool. And basically they're like categories for things that could or could not be included in the campaign that we're playing. And this is a very fluid system in which on any given session we can sort of revisit this for 10 minutes before we play and decide if things have changed or anything like that. So very basically we have embraced, which are things that we will include, and embraced is going to cover the vast majority of like everything. So you talk like if I
I think this
mention
one's a treasure map.
oh shit, is there an X?
Yeah. We gotta
So-
find the treasure, guys.
Hunter, I don't know if you have the chat up, but people were asking about the Vine incident, which we've mentioned
Oh.
twice now, but
Yeah.
never explained.
So I'll explain that one really briefly. 'Cause
Yeah.
It was really funny to me.
was
We were
good.
playing D&D 3.5 many years ago, apparently, and another friend of ours was playing with us who was playing a druid. His name is
Yes.
Matt. He's a wonderful individual.
My
We
brother.
were in a chase scene where we were trying to chase down the enemies and take them out as they were trying to run away from us. And he decided to cast Entangle to keep them in place, not realizing the range that Entangle had.
120
and the small,
I
the
remember.
small area that we were standing in.
Yeah.
And ended up entangling everyone, enemy and friend alike.
Yeah.
And it made every piece of combat for the next 2 hours nearly impossible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so for those of you who don't know how Entangle works mechanically in D&D 3.5, it basically covers an area in vines, an 120-foot diameter area in vines, and anybody who's in that area, in order to do anything, has to
Anything.
succeed on a dexterity saving throw. Otherwise, it skips their turn. And so we're talking about a combat scene where there were like 5 or 6 PCs and 5 or 6 NPC enemies that were in this chase. And Entangle goes down and just completely stops everything. Like nobody
grinds
could
the whole thing.
nobody
Straight
could
to
get
wall.
anywhere, and it's got like a 10-minute like
Terrible.
duration, which is 60 turns in D&D. And so like
Yeah, because it was like, I think it's a minute per level.
yeah.
Our characters we should have talked to the NPCs, like, you guys just want to like lay down and take a nap.
We just like wait it out.
True. Short rest.
Yeah.
We'll come back at it.
So like
I
Oh
was
my
ready
gosh.
to light everything on fire and just call
Yeah.
it off.
when I think
Some
it
of us
even
had
says in the
fallen and been
spell.
covered by the like the vines
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
Right.
it like says in the spell that they're like flame resistant or whatever. And so you had 6 players and 6 NPCs just like standing 20 feet away from each other, like trying to like get out of this freaking vines or whatever.
I swear, when I get out of here, I'm gonna kick,
I'm gonna kick your ass. They're like, or we're trying to run away. Like,
Well, we're trying to run away.
and I will point out that I was the DM for that incident as well. And
So if anything horrible happens this time,
yeah,
around,
it's
still-
my fault. But I had meticulously crafted this beautiful chase scene, and it got all fucked up just like instantly. And so that was really
That's
cool.
great.
So that's the Vine incident. I'm sure there will be things like
Not
that.
the platform.
Um,
To be clear.
oh yeah, R.I.P. Vine.
Yeah,
We
I'm
all-
already confused.
Yeah.
We all miss you.
Rip in peace, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So surely there will be things like that that happen over the course of these episodes that we play for Scarlet Sash stories. So yeah, back to the safety tool thing real quick. We have 4 categories of content. Embraced is going to be practically everything. If I'm like, oh, I'm going to include a turtle in this session, and I just kind of assume that nobody has any problems with turtles, or, you know, grilled cheese sandwiches, or any, like, literally anything, most of it's going to be embraced, right? Then we have veiled, which is content that is included in the, you know, the content of the story or the role play or whatever, but it is not directly shown, and it is not, like, directly acted out. So this would be like the idea of like fading to black. So if we wanted to have, let's say, torture as veiled content, where someone's like, I'm not cool with taking part in torture or seeing torture or having like meticulous descriptions of torture, then it would be like, oh, you guys were captured and then you were tortured, fade to black, come back to the scene after the fact. So it's still included, but it's not like in your face, or it's not directly, you know, acted out or whatever. Then we have check-in. And so check-in is basically the in-between zone between embraced and veiled, where it's like, hey, you know, I'm thinking about having, you know, realistic sacrifice in this upcoming session. Is anybody like not cool with that? Or, you know, like just quick check with all of you, and you can just give a thumbs up or verbally agree or whatever. And then the last one is Forsaken. And Forsaken is the absolute like, no, we're not going to talk about it. It's not going to be included in any way in the story or the roleplay or anything like that. It'll just be content that's completely excluded from the story.
Like
And-
babies with mullets.
Yeah, so things that are like really forbidden.
Bacon salmon.
Or
like-
Hasselhoff.
Yeah, like babies with mullets.
Wow.
You know, like some people might consider pineapple on pizza to be forsaken.
Oh,
Um,
pineapple on my pizza.
but I do too. So I would definitely.
I would eat anchovies on my pizza before I will touch pineapple.
Ooh,
I would
That's-
pineapple.
that's quite the
I
take.
don't like pineapple. I
Yeah,
don't like
that's-
anchovies, but I would definitely take pineapple over anchovies.
You
No
don't
way.
wait. You
That's a
don't
plain person
like
talking.
pineapple?
Heck, no.
I love pineapple, but you put it on
Pineapple is
pizza and I will throw it away.
I'll eat it, but it's eh.
Sounds like
Pineapple
someone's never tried
It's
Also,
pineapple on
dessert or a
pizza.
smoothie.
Tex had a good question in the Twitch. Is there a safe word for when the intensity exceeds someone's boundaries?
Yeah. So there is a safe phrase. Basically, at any point in time, you guys can either, you know, verbally stop it, or you can do like you could like put your hand up to your camera, or just give some indication of like, oh hey, it seems like we're straying into territory that I'm not comfortable with. And they do have phrases in this tool.
I'll just start cutting my face off and peeling off the skin.
That would be good. Yeah, that's a very
We know what you
obvious.
meant.
Yeah.
Like, I don't
Yeah.
get it. What's
Yeah.
I'm trying to say right now?
So there would be the idea of like, you know, like, hey, we should stop. We should take a break. We can talk about it over Discord chat while we're on break, getting water or whatever. Or like, oh, like rewind here. I'm thinking maybe I want this to be veiled as opposed to role played or whatever. So the phrases they have for the tool are extinguish the light, which would be like, hey, I'd like to extinguish the light here. And that would be like cutting to black, veiling something as opposed to displaying it or playing it out. Or abandon the dark. And so the dark is like any content that might be in that like forsaken or veiled category, where you're like, you know, this is where we need to stop it, we need to revisit what we're doing, and we can come back to it at a later time. Yeah, so those would be like the two major places where you could stop me, or you could stop whoever is in the middle of role playing, or, you know, just let me know, make it obvious either verbally or visually. And so they do have a list of things here that we can briefly visit about. I don't really see anything that I expect the five of us to really have any problem with, besides the one that we have talked about numerous times when Cody role plays, or when any of us are playing anything, is that we, in the Forsaken category, we're just going to automatically include any sort of like non-consensual sexual content or anything like that. Just not go there, not included in any of the story or world building or anything like that. That'll be pretty much just be an auto exclude. For me, at least. I know definitely for Cody when he DMs. And so then that would go on that list for the group. But we have, you know, things like addiction, body horror, being buried alive, cannibalism, graphic violence, being burned alive, incarceration, kidnapping, insects, poverty.
Insects?
Yeah,
Like insects?
like
All
bugs.
creatures?
Yeah, like, well, I
Okay.
mean, so like,
Listen, man, bugs are cool. Okay, they do a lot of
No.
cool things.
No.
do you guys
They're
remember
important and not cool? Just like, you know, the government.
important but not cool?
It's important, but not cool.
But you
Yeah.
remember that game Grounded, right? The one where you're like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids survival game.
Mhm.
They did a similar thing with spiders, because one of the main antagonists in the game are like wolf spiders, and
Yeah.
you're literally like half an inch tall, and so
Yeah,
some
like,
people,
gigantic. You're like looking up at them.
some people were like, oh,
Nice
that's
zoom in.
yeah, I was
shot.
trying to zoom out. Some people were like, that's literally my worst possible fear. And so, oh no, get off the keyboard. You're going to screw it up. Come here. The developers put in a mode where you can turn the spiders into like little cute floating orbs and still like play the game and have them as an enemy. But they're not as horrifying. And so this is the same idea where there's certain content, you know, like, if we wanted to include sexual content, like consenting sexual content between a player and an NPC or players or whatever, we would probably have that be veiled, where we're not like directly role playing
I need to
out.
RP it.
They're like exactly what's going on, where you could be like, oh, you successfully,
Yeah.
you know,
Me and
seduced.
Topher will definitely RP our lovemaking
to see
and
this portion, join our OnlyFans.
Yeah,
We'll
right.
have some videos made.
Yep.
For
We're
just
just-
this.
me and Topher dirty talking for an hour.
Oh,
we've got our OCs,
yikes.
and we're just like, we're launching right into it. So yeah, that's basically just something to be aware of. We are going to take advantage of that system. We are going to, we do have obviously something on our Forsaken list already. And this is, again, fluid. It can change any given session, any episode of the show, because things in your life change. Like, my dad passed away recently. So, like, if I were to sit down at the table and be like, hey, could we maybe not include dying dads in this episode or whatever, that'd be
That
like,
would be
hey,
fair. That
yeah,
would be
that's
fair
pretty fair.
expectation.
So that's
Um,
pretty fair.
Or like, my wife was wrongfully arrested in real life not too long ago. So it's like,
But that's like the whole theme of this.
yeah, well, yeah. So this is an example. This is an example because you have all
Sorry,
been
we're gonna-
wrongfully arrested.
We're gonna fill this. We're gonna
Yep.
show up 4 months later.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have
And so, you know, if any of you come in and sit down and we're doing our little intro for 10 minutes before an episode, and you're like, hey, you know, my mom was almost sacrificed by a demonic cult yesterday. Can we maybe not include demonic cult content in this episode? And I'd be like, all right, yeah,
Yeah.
we can not include that. We can move on to other things.
Questions.
Yes.
Man, what kind of friends does your mom have? She needs to find better friends. I'm just
I
saying.
mean,
she lives in Oberlin.
yeah,
I mean,
things
it's just-
happen.
That happens. You know, devil power.
This cat
I-
is just like,
I have to say very briefly. I don't know if anyone saw in my camera background, but my girlfriend does not like to be on camera. So she went to the kitchen and then to the room, and she had the blanket pulled over her like a cloak. And
my
so I
God.
look to the left as she walks by, and it looks like there's a ghost in the house.
yeah.
Ooh, spooky
You get
ghost.
spooked.
So if
Yeah,
Lissa were playing with us, she would be like, "Hey, can we not include any content in which I have to be
With my
filmed?"
face.
Yeah, and be like,
It's
"Yeah, we can do that."
gonna be hard, but we'll figure it out.
You can't go on the keyboard. I've told you this already.
So,
So there were questions, or were there real questions, or were just my mom's
Topher,
friends'
did you have
questions?
real questions?
No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about Topher.
I don't have
There's my
questions.
cat's tail.
Like,
You
he
were,
was just
you were
the
like,
same thing as I was.
If you knock the tower over, you're gonna ruin everything.
Ruin everything,
I will
Cat.
shut this whole shit.
Yeah,
down.
right. He's like climbing on
The
the
cat's like-
tower.
you gotta do
Okay.
cat ponds.
So that's safety tool stuff. It is, again, we've played together for so long that it sometimes it feels kind of like redundant or like a formality, but especially in this, you know, officially broadcast sort of format, super important that we visit that and determine how we want to do that on an episode by episode basis. And if anybody's interested in Entreat the Darkness, it is available on DriveThruRPG. It's free. The PDF is totally free to download. It's an excellent system, especially if you're getting
cool.
a new group together and you really want to get a feel for what people are comfortable with and how to navigate these sort of complicated interpersonal relationships, especially with something like Zweihander, because it tends to be much more gritty and dark than, say, your average like D&D campaign or whatever. So yeah, super cool, really great. So from there, we're gonna move on to more general like gameplay expectations and sort of practices, because I want to, so very generally for the stream and for the chat and for us doing the episodes and everything, I would like the vibe, as the kids say these days, to just be like relaxed. Like we can just like hang out and play games and
Be chill,
people can
man.
talk in the chat and we can interact and everything. And to
Well, we're
that,
mostly long-haired hippies. So it
oh
should be
yeah,
fun.
all of you have. Did
Oh.
Cody get a haircut? Oh, he's got a man bun.
No,
Of
No.
course he does.
I've got a 6 samurai hair
Yeah.
going on.
So of the 5 of us, I'm the only one who has a normal haircut, and
Did you say normal? Did you try to really pass that off? Like, I got a normal haircut.
Cody, you want me to put mine in a bun too? I can do it.
Yeah, please
oh,
do.
someone
Yeah.
spent channel points to highlight a message. What does this say? Don't get distracted, Nate.
Dude, you
I
fell
know.
for it, Hunter. You distracted him. You
I think
ruined
Hunter got
it.
more distracted
I
than
did.
I did.
So, I have the chat open like on this monitor over here, but it's actually like too far from me to actually
Oh,
read it.
God.
So
Yeah.
I
I
have,
read it.
so I can like
I know
bring
that,
my
yeah.
mic over and then I can like look at it over here. Um,
Hey.
But so I have my phone right here to check chat every so often.
Yeah.
So yeah, to the end of having a relaxed vibe, I would like to have it be like a collaborative experience for the most part. Obviously, I've written a lot of this, and I've established sort of the inciting incident and the general arc of the story and the settings and stuff like that. But I have purposefully kept a good deal of it vague in the hopes that as we play and as you guys interact with the world and the characters and everything, you have the opportunity to contribute your own sorts of ideas and creations and everything to the world, so that it's not just me making shit up all the time.
I got you, Cody.
So there will be times where
Yeah. I'm a little jealous, but yeah.
oh, nice. There, I basically don't want to be the kind of DM that really like tries to
That
wring.
spends 40 minutes explaining the game. Yeah.
Well,
me
no.
neither.
So we did determine. I told you that the first hour was going to be this stuff, so you knew.
Yeah. You signed up for this.
Yeah, this was in your contract, Topher.
It's not
Listen, I
that
just want to
hard.
hit something, okay?
We're
Come on,
gonna hit
it's not that
stuff.
hard to
It's not that hard.
Hard.
It's not that
It's
hard.
Are you making fun of my name? I'm not very smart.
Never.
And I think you're
kinda
making fun
hard
of
to
me.
do.
not very
Say your
smart
name.
to do.
Smart to do.
Listen, just because my character is a dunderhead doesn't mean you can make fun of my name.
Yeah.
I mean, I
We
think
run a paper company.
that's Dunder
It's for
Mifflin.
all of you Office fans out there. Let's go. It's real
Thunder?
Michael Scott hours now.
Real Michael Scott.
Sorry, something took over me
I
there.
might get a little closer.
You're
But
really
I
yeah,
feel like
close.
I'm never close enough.
Collaborative world building. I love it.
Is this-
Yeah,
is
and
this
so
a good
there will be
closeness?
times where I'll be like, "Hey, you should just take control of this moment and tell us what
What are you
happens."
doing, Cody?
You're really close, Jordan.
don't
Are you
know.
close enough?
Is this close enough? Is this what we're doing?
So like if you're like narrating an interaction with an NPC or whatever, I'll sometimes just be like, "Hey, you take control of it. You let me know what happened." Especially if you like succeed a roll or critically succeed or whatever. It'll sort of be up to you to tell everybody what's going on versus me just being like, "Oh, and then you say this and it makes him really happy or whatever." So yeah, that's basically all of the sort of establishing stuff that I have. There was one question about the fortune and misfortune system. And so that's a really cool part of the Zweihander system, in which at the beginning of every session, there are generated... Let me move this to the map. Okay, we are on the map.
Jordan, are you in
Tokens.
the Twitch chat or no?
So I like have another. I don't have two screens right now, so I have to
Okay.
switch over to it.
All right, no worries. Nate, are you in the Twitch chat?
Yeah, I've been watching it here and there, so.
Okay.
Oh, I know what Hunter's making.
Yeah, so in the system, at the beginning of every session, you generate what are called fortune points. And so fortune points are, for better or for worse, your ability to influence your luck in the game. And this is sort of, narratively, it's like luck or favor of the gods or, whatever you want to say it is. And you can spend one of these 5 points to do a variety of things. There are 5 of them because there are 4 players, and you always have a pool of fortune that is the number of players plus 1. And so the 3 primary things that you will spend fortune on are to re-roll a failed roll. It cannot be a critically failed roll, but if you fail something, you're like, okay, I'm going to spend a fortune point, I'm going to re-roll it, and take the new result. You can set the value of a d6 to a 6 with a fortune point. So whenever you roll damage, you roll a d6 fury die, If it hits a 1 and you're like, okay, we really need to kill this guy right now, I'm going to spend a fortune point, set it to a 6. That lets you automatically roll a second fury die because fury dies have that exploding system for damage. And then the last thing that you can do with the last important thing that you can do with a fortune token is spend it at the beginning of your turn to gain an extra action point. And so those 3 things combined can really tip things in your favor, especially if you're having like a string of bad luck or whatever, where you're like, okay, I need to like do this lever, and I need to hit this guy, and I need to run over there, and I also need to have 1 AP to parry just in case, because I'm the last one alive or whatever. So then you would spend a fortune point to get that 4 AP on your turn, as opposed to just 3. And so those are the 3 main uses. And the alternative, or sort of the, I guess the flip side of the system, is that when you spend a fortune point, it becomes a misfortune point. And I get the misfortune points. And I can spend them to do basically all the same shit, but against you. So say...
Yeah, and so that's why we've never used that.
And
Because we don't trust you at all.
Yeah, so I will make a gentleman's commitment to try my best to not purposefully spend misfortune points in situations that would like immediately fuck you. As funny as it would be to do that.
Hilarious.
I also was offered money from Topher's roommate for every time that I kill Topher's character. He's gonna give me like $20.
True. Completely true.
And
so theoretically,
yeah,
if I was in on this,
we'd split the bounty money on Topher's head.
If you were looking for a story, that's been thrown out the window. This is now a character generation sort of game.
We're just killing Topher over and over again.
So Tex had a question. He wants to know if you can go over the things to avoid again and how that would affect gameplay.
Yeah, so things to avoid, the two main things that we established with our safety system is that we are in no way going to include non-consensual sexual content. So there will never be a situation in the game that includes that as part of the story or as part of what's happening in a scene or anything like that. Just as a like ground rule that will not be included. So there's not that will not be ever.
Kidding. Apparently he's messing with you.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he wants me to do it
Could
again.
you repeat that whole 30
okay.
minutes?
So now,
I kind of wondered if that's what he was getting.
He got me.
I couldn't tell for sure.
It's like the Legend of Zelda Owl, right? Where it's like, did you get all that?
Tex, I will find you, and I will make you regret dragging this out any further.
Yeah, and when Tex kills you, then we get $20.
Yeah, if Topher dies, then I mean his roommate owes me $20.
If Topher dies, do we get more?
We'll have to ask
We're
about
not
that.
trying to commit murder, Jesus.
I'm not trying, but if it happens, I want to get paid.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's why I have life insurance. Come on, it's just life insurance for
My
Topher.
name is Shane, and
Yeah.
I live in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's good. I like
That's
that.
good.
That's funny. I didn't realize Tex knew that.
Yeah, so fortune points get spent, they turn into misfortune, I can spin them back at you, and then they go away. There are some really interesting things where monsters or enemies will have special abilities that are powered by misfortune. And so it's like, oh, if the DM has 2 misfortune points in the pool, then your Banshee can do its like Banshee Shriek or whatever, and it does like a bunch of extra cool stuff. And by cool stuff, I mean kills you faster. And so, yeah.
Hooray.
Yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and say that the fortune pool is going to be, at times, pretty necessary in order to mitigate just random bad luck. So in the case of like getting hit by an attack that rolls like 3 6s on the fury die or whatever, you're like, okay, I really would like to parry this one, as opposed to, you know, taking full damage and
Now,
going.
are these are
Do
for
that
the
after
group,
damage
right?
has been rolled. And yes, Topher.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so the way it would work is that, like, when you get hit, you would be like, okay, I'm going to try and parry it. If you fail the parry, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to spend a fortune point and try again, and I'm going to spend another one to try again, or whatever.
Said it after they rolled damage. Can we use them after damage has been rolled?
Yeah, because
Oh.
the way it works is they rolled a hit. If they succeed, then they roll damage.
Okay.
Then you get the opportunity to react to that. So then it'd be like,
okay.
I'm
I didn't
gonna
realize that was the order of operation.
yeah, because then you could just choose not to parry it
Yeah. I suppose.
if it wasn't enough damage to like.
I guess to even beat your like armor class or whatever. I guess your damage threshold.
Yeah, your damage threshold.
Somebody thinks that you're being abnormally quiet, Nate.
Well,
kinda
him just
waiting.
being
He's just
quiet
chilling.
at all.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so
listening
since
is
the
abnormal,
I see
but
how
he
it is. The
is-
stream
he
is just to harass me, basically.
Hell yeah.
but
So to
Pirates
clarify for
Absolutely.
everybody that's watching, the fortune points are for the group. How does that differ from the fate points that we have on our character sheet?
Your fate points are your get out of death free points. So if you are to advance all the way to the bottom of the damage threshold track, it's called slain with a big exclamation point. And that means you're friggin' dead. But if you have a fate point, you can be like, I'm not dead yet. And then we will figure out how exactly that comes about. So, like, if you fall off a cliff or something and you hit the bottom and you should be dead and you spend a fate point, then it'd be like, okay, well, I hit the trees first and the branches broke my fall and I went all the way down to grievously wounded, but I'm not actually dead yet. So now you're at the bottom of the cliff, horribly injured, but not actually dead. Or, you know, if like a demon lord slays all of you in combat and you all spend a fate point, then it would be like, okay, instead of killing you, he has captured the group and taken you somewhere. So then we would play out the effects of the fate point. And so you get one for free for making a character, and then you get a second one for having a drawback. So, like,
And they're like not refundable or anything like that, right?
you can generate more fate points if you are you exemplify your order alignment. So you have those two alignments, order and chaos, and they're like the two sides of the coin. So like for Jordan's character named Trish, if we look at your character sheet here, your order alignment is ferocity and your chaos alignment is hatred. And so if you think about those two character traits,
It's trying to be hatred and
yeah, so if you think about those as like two parts of the same personality trait, you're like, oh, I'm fierce and I attack things with vigor in my life, but sometimes that boils over to the point where like I go a little too far and I take out my anger on somebody or whatever. And so at the end of a session, we will track this corruption, and if you end up with not very much corruption, you can gain order ranks, and if you fill up your order ranks, then you get a free fate point. So you get another get out of death free card. And so that's one of the incentives to try and not do absolutely heinous shit, because you'll build up a lot of corruption if you're just like randomly murdering people.
Murder hobo.
Yeah. So we should start this shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does somebody want to do a dramatic reading of the campaign intro just for?
I'll do it.
I would. Oh, okay.
I'll do it.
You can do it.
All right. So Topher will be our initial lore master. He's going to read the campaign intro that I wrote for all of the players to. It's not super long. It's not. It's not very long. I told you guys. I said.
I'm
Listen,
just
guys.
ripping off of what the chat is going on.
Yeah.
This. Oh, it's not the summary. Hold on. Sash bearers. Okay.
Yeah. Make sure you have the full
It's
one.
oh good. It's only 42 pages. All right, you guys ready?
It's not 42 pages.
He's right. It's like 37.
Yeah. I cut it down a little bit.
All right. The Sash Bearer's Peril. Everyone remembers where they were when the star fell on the supreme biarchy of Volshaic Tadberg. Citizens of every nation across Sola Continentia turned their eyes skyward as the heavens were rent asunder and a shrieking ball of flame fell upon the center of their world. A writhing mass of multicolored fire, the star burned across the sky for nearly an hour before it landed on one of Volshaic Tadberg's two capital cities, Sarancestral. Shockwaves rolled outward through the ground, reaching the far stretches of every coast of the continent. Observers from border outposts all report seeing the star impact with a near blinding flash, followed by the rapid outrushing of thick clouds of billowing smog. From border to border, the nation was choked over by this cloud of ash, dust, and smoke. Under this unholy shroud, the taint of chaos grew. The greatest power on the continent had been destroyed in a single day. Now 3 months since the star fell, the nations that share a border with the former dual monarchy scramble to form a response to the cataclysm. More and more beasts and mutants are roaming in from the cursed land. Refugees flee their tainted homes in fearful hordes. Politicians from every direction eye the crippled nation like carrion birds around a freshly dead swine. Long, smoldering, superstitious fears suddenly burst a flaming life in the shadow of what some view as the dawning apocalypse. The greatest nation in the known world was destroyed in a single day. What could possibly be next? Did the dual monarchy invite the destruction upon themselves? Will the entire continent be swallowed up by the beating heart of chaos at its center? Can bitter political rivals manage to cooperate when so much is at stake? Luckily for you, these questions are far above your current station in life. You were once a citizen of the Electorate Assembly of Lumerlin, a prosperous mercantile nation that borders the former biarchy to the southeast. You lived your life according to your birth and your skills, and carved out a living as best as luck would allow. Unfortunately, with uncertainty comes paranoia. The majority of the human population of Lumerlin has experienced a resurgence in racism against non-humans since the fall of Volshaic Tadberg. Elves, dwarves, ogres, halflings, and gnomes across the nation are finding that their once embraced existence as part of Lumerlin society has been cast aside in favor of xenophobic fear-mongering. The threat of chaos is manifested at our doorstep, the anti-metahuman zealots say, so we must secure the existence of our future and our people by any means necessary. This phobia is by no means exclusively targeted at non-humans. Neighbors are accusing one another of embracing chaos for the most mundane of reasons. Opportunistic merchants are framing rivals for conspiring with the ruinous powers that grow just over the border. Seemingly, no one in Lumerlin is safe from fearful scrutiny, and many have been arrested and hauled off to prison since the star fell. Unluckily for you, you are one such victim of this hysteria. Torn from your home, your work, and your life, you have been, rightfully or wrongfully, accused of somehow conspiring to damage the very fabric of the electorate assembly in some way. How exactly this has occurred is up to you. Are you a career criminal who finally slipped up and ended up caught at the worst possible time? Were you an integral member of your community, betrayed by a trusted friend? Were you just at the wrong place at the wrong time? You have free reign over the exact circumstances of your arrest and can mold them to fit your character how you see fit. Your initial profession can strongly factor into how this happened, but this situation can also reflect some other aspect of your character if you wish. If you are non-human, then basically any minor action could have been misconstrued. You have been accused, arrested, and found guilty of your crimes, real or imagined. You now sit in prison, either serving your years-long sentence, or awaiting a worse fate. All seems lost, until one morning, your jailer delivers a strange parchment to you in your cell. The official-looking document is named a writ of clemency. It states, "We hereby offer you the chance to serve your criminal sentence as a member of one of our nation's Sash-bearer Corps at the border. If you refuse this offer, you will serve your original punishment with the additional charge of desertion during wartime, which is punishable by execution." As you read the document, the jailer informs you that the great enterprising minds running the nation of Lumerlin have devised an excellent solution to the nation's current woes. What is a country to do with a giant influx of degenerate criminals, while also facing a great crisis right across its border, he asks. Two birds with one stone, he continues. Take the criminals, put them on the border. Make them stand in front of the real soldiers so the mutants and beasts gotta take the time eating prisoner bones. Lets the soldiers do the real work. Keeps them safe. He reminds you to look back over the punishment for desertion before you make your decision. Either way, you're only going to be here a little while longer, he chuckles. Once you sign, he begins to read from a second parchment that details the nature of your agreement with the Electorate Assembly. You are hereby pressed into service and mobilized as a member of the 1st Sash-Bearers Penal Battalion of the Electorate Assembly of Lumerlin, and will be transported via prison cart to a fort on the western border of the nation to form up with the other recruits in order to reinforce the regular army. You are now subject to all wartime laws governing soldiers of the Electorate's army. Your citizenship has not been restored, but consideration for that privilege will be made at the conclusion of your service, or at the nomination of your commanding officer. All criminal charges against you have been suspended, any planned executions have been stayed, and your charges will be pardoned at the conclusion of your service, or the nomination of your commanding officer. The 100 electors of the great free nation of Lumerlin welcome your service as a member of the army, and graciously accept any sacrifices you will make during the course of ensuring the protection to our society. What a jagged load of bullshit that was, the jailer says as he rolls up the parchment. He tells you about when the next cart will be heading to the border, and the details of your transport. Your personal effects will be sent along with you, but your access to them will be the concern of whomever is in charge of you out on the front. Slay a big old mutant for me, will ya? He sneers at you through the bars of your cell. After all, you're a soldier now. With a mocking salute, he turns and leaves you. His bellowing laughter carrying through the halls of the prison is all you can hear as you sit with the apprehension of what is to come.
Oh, yeah.
Cue the Mulan
Slowly
music.
open your eyes, and the man looks at you and says, "Hey,
You're awake.
you're awake.
Not even
They
the...
caught you trying to steal a horse and cross the border."
I thought we were doing Morrowind. not even the storm last night could wake you.
Juniper
Well,
berries.
I do think the cart would be more appropriate in this.
Well, yeah, so yeah, that's true.
We're not traveling by boat, I don't think.
No. So yeah, I mean, that's...
There's only the meme about the Skyrim one. No one memes about the Morrowind.
They should.
Yeah, that's true.
Morrowind's
No
This
one's-
is actually, so what we're saying is secretly a Skyrim campaign.
Well,
Anyone
yeah.
who wasn't here for Skyrim, you can leave now.
But it's interesting that you say that because Zweihander in the book, it's like the start of your story needs to be at the point of a major change in your character's life. So like you were once something, and you are now entering this new part of your life. And so that idea of like the Elder Scrolls starting is very very applicable. And so yeah, the characters
By the way,
live.
Morrowind's on Game Pass now, so
Yeah.
everyone should go play it.
It's so much better than Skyrim.
Uh-oh. Don't start
I mean,
that
not
in chat.
mechanically.
In every way. Don't drink my water. So the
I will
First
drink
they
the
bought-
water.
characters live in this nation called Lumerlin, which has, in its recent past, overthrown its monarchy, executed all of its nobility, and basically had like a French Revolution. And that was like 100 years ago. And so now they style themselves as the enlightened electorate of Lumerlin. They have a republic in
they
which
would.
the 100 electors are elected by those who are eligible to vote. Unfortunately,
We all know how well that system works.
yeah, unfortunately, prisoners are not eligible to vote, so you guys are going to be sitting that out for a while. And yeah, so I think all of our characters are non-human in this.
I'm human.
I thought you were an
I'll
elf.
keep forgetting.
Okay.
No,
No, I'm no.
Okay. So yeah, we have a
Human,
dog.
I
elf,
have a human,
dwarf.
an elf,
Gnome.
a dwarf, and a gnome.
Yeah. I'm the
Yeah.
only
And to
non-filthy human.
And so, a lot of the cause of these arrests and everything is xenophobic tension based on the calamity that happened over the border. And so each of these wonderful people have developed a backstory in which they were arrested for a reason. We are not going to dive into that now because that will sort of emerge organically as they play. And so we are going to go... Organs.
Bah, 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 bah.
No, I meant like
thought it was
actual
gonna-
human organs.
Oh,
So,
your organs
Instrument.
emerge?
Yeah, like this here Oregon City. That's where this cart's taking us.
Yeah.
Or to Oregon City.
So, to set the scene, you are all in a prison cart. Some of you were picked up days ago. Some of you were just picked up not that long ago from your various jail cells in the various counties and cities of Lumerlin from which you had previously lived. The cart is creaking along a road headed west towards the border, towards the horrible stories that you've been hearing coming from Voshek Tadberg after the star has fallen. And you're probably a little scared. You're probably also, depending on your personality, a little pissed off because you had a good life for the most part. You were an acceptable member of society. You were doing your thing, working your job, and then all of a sudden someone comes in, arrests you, throws you in a jail cell, claims you've been working with the ruinous powers to overthrow the society of Lumerlin.
Yeah, and banging their sheep.
Yeah, and then
Told you about that.
hauling you off to some fort out on the hinterlands where there's no civilization and there's supposedly monsters and mutants and all manner of horrible things waiting for you. Not
Well, I've
to
already seen
mention
Nate, right?
not to mention military service. Depending on your background, military service is probably the farthest thing that you had anticipated your life to be devoted to now. And so the four of you are there in the cart. There's a fifth sitting with you. He's a man, a human man. He's tall, gangly, has a shock of red hair at the top of his head, and he's just staring into the palm of his hands which are manacled. All of you are chained to the bars of the prison cart, and you're making your way. And from the
Downtown.
from the front of the cart, you hear the gruff but now familiar voice of the jailer say, "It'll only be an hour or so till we get there. Hope you guys are ready for what's to come." And the man sitting with you will kind of look up and shake his head and go back to staring at the palms of his hands.
I'm gonna spit on the guy who spoke.
The jailer? You're gonna spit on the jailer?
Yep.
You're starting off real good.
All right, so here, let's do this.
Meet
real quick.
Celine, Topher, the unpredictable.
Sure, so
Well, I could have predicted that. Anyone could have predicted you would spit on literally anyone.
So we'll draw our
combat. Everyone,
we'll draw.
roll initiative.
Combat, kill the jailer.
Use your manacles.
Is there just one jailer? Can we overpower this guy?
So again, you're chained.
Take the shit off the rails.
You're chained in the back here, and the jailer is up front. So we'll just copy this.
Is it a caged thing or is it open?
It's caged, yeah. So you're like in a closed cart, like a paddy wagon or whatever.
Right.
And there's two of them. There's one driving and there's one in the shotgun position. And for those of you who are wondering why I'm drawing this out in the chat, it's because you never know what these guys are gonna do. So
He's right.
we're just
It is in the name.
Actually correct.
yeah. So we're just as a precaution in the first 10 minutes of the game, we're just gonna be ready for whatever might happen. And then we'll get.
Didn't I kill somebody on a reconnaissance mission last time we played together?
Yeah, we were playing Shadowrun and you just murdered a dude and everybody was upset with you.
Everyone was like, "What?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?"
Was a part of the plan. You don't just murder someone out in the streets,
Because
bro.
my knife was hungry.
Oh.
So there's the Mean Girls and Heart and the unknown figure sitting at the front. And so from where you
Give me
are,
an honorary girl.
from where
I'm
you
Heart.
are, Nathan, or should I say Celine, it would be very difficult to spit on.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't mean he's not gonna try.
Okay, because
Yeah.
you're,
Is that an ability check?
Yeah.
Just a quick. She's like.
She's gonna spit at him.
yeah,
All I'm saying is there anything that is more simple of a ranged attack?
yeah, right. The oldest ranged attack.
Roll to hit. It's gonna go directly into my face.
So we won't-
my mouth.
We
I'm
won't.
gonna need you
yeah.
to roll a simple ranged, Nathan.
Yeah, as the DM that I am.
So the spit flies
Well,
through the
Hunter
air.
was saying something about he wants to be collaborative, so I think we're all the DM.
Yeah,
I said I would let
Well,
you
I
I
know.
got out of that.
So
I
what I'm
would-
hearing is
they
you
would
all
be-
think I hit.
There would be very specific instances in which it is collaborative. Otherwise,
We're all the DM.
I
I
am
got
the
that.
Otherwise, we mean
I got
nothing.
you.
yeah.
I understand what you're getting at.
So your spittle
Steve, I know
flies through the air with a vengeance, but falls well short of hitting the shotgun guy in the back.
I hit anyone else though.
But does
I mean,
he
if you're-
notice that he tried to spit on him?
Yeah. So
I mean,
the
just like
guy
being
riding
caught in
shotgun,
crossfire.
he like turns back and he shakes his head and he's like, "Degenerates."
You don't even know the half of it.
It's fair.
And I'll just
I heard
wink
that
at
one.
him.
I
And
heard that little gob. Wait, you're a
a gnome.
halfling? A
Oh
gnome.
my god.
Yeah.
No.
So this is the perfect time. The man
Hard to-
sitting with you, he
gnome.
kind of like leans over and looks at Celine, and then he looks at the lot of you, and what does he see? So when he looks over across from him, he sees a fair, young.
Yeah, like a fair mid-20s, sandy blonde, pale-skinned lady.
And if you were to
Human
try to guess
female.
her name, what would she look like if her name?
If you tried to guess,
Brittany.
I wanted to come up with something.
I think she looks like a Trish.
Like a
I think
Trish?
that's fair.
That seems pretty
Zvogda.
fair.
You'd think.
Zogda?
Zogda.
Zolgda.
Have you ever
Zolgda.
looked at any person in your entire life and thought,
No, any
Zogda.
human female, and said, "You look like a Zogda."
Yeah.
All right, and he
Oh,
he
God.
pans to the right, and he sees a hardy dwarf. And what does the dwarf look like? Would you get out of my cup? Stop.
Dark beard, dark hair, black like a crow, stocky, looks strong, but can tell he's dwarven sized.
Any visible markings or?
Some facial scarring on the right side of his face.
All right. And what does his facial expression look like right now?
I would say he's unamused.
All right.
He's happy to not be in jail anymore, but not much beyond that.
Did you know the word bemused actually means unamused? Like it sounds like it means like you are amused,
Could
but
be
it's not.
amused.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of that.
Yeah. So then he
You
looks.
didn't ask me what my facial
Not-
expression looks like.
Well, I'm sorry. He looks directly to his right, and he
Like this.
sees an elven lady.
a tall, lean, sort of muscular elven woman with pale skin and jet black hair, with, based on the angle of the sitting, clearly some kind of hideously bum leg.
Oh, like outstretched in front of her.
Yeah, like unable to be bent appropriately.
Okay.
Gross.
And then he leans over to look at who launched the spittle projectile.
I have an important question.
Okay.
Is this human? Is his name Hugh Man?
It is not.
You man.
You would so
Anyway.
you'd have to ask him, but it's not that.
Fine. Okay, so was he like checking this out after I just like?
Yeah, so
After
like
that
you
whole
spit and he kind of comes to his surroundings and he's looking around and he
Okay.
leans over and it looks like
so
he's about
she's-
to say something, but so what does he see?
I mean, gnome, about 4 foot, around 66 pounds or so. Slender build. She has brown skin, medium brown hair with light brown eyes. Doesn't have any distinguishing marks or anything like that. So,
All right.
and her facial expression is she's got a very mischievous look in her eyes with a smirk as she's looking towards the front of the cart right now.
And so he'll look at you and he'll say, "What's the point
The point of what?
of all that?"
Which part? Because there were 2 parts. I'm just saying.
The spitting, the gnashing of teeth. You know, we're here for good. I don't know what you think you can do.
Yeah, well, they're being buttholes about it, and so I'm gonna be a butthole too. And I don't want to be here.
I mean, I don't think any of us want to be here. And he'll kind of look to the rest of the companions.
What, this wasn't where you saw your 5-year plan?
And he'll shake his head and look at his palms again. He's like, "Certainly not."
Look, it might be a little more tolerable if I gotta sit in your lap. I'm just saying.
And he'll like peer over
Away
it.
if you want.
And he'll be like, "Well, if you take stock of our current situation, I don't know if that's quite possible."
No, it's a real shame.
Too bad, the little one looks flexible to me.
That was creepy.
You have no
That
idea.
was-
I'm hard.
Excuse me?
Trish
No,
might
that's
fire off
my
to
name.
the elf like, well,
Oh.
anyone probably looks
Oh.
flexible to you and just kind of looks at your bum leg.
Oh wow, we're already getting the barbs in.
Yeah, we're just gonna tear each other apart.
Fair enough.
And so the human will look over at Hart and be like, "Name's Hart?"
It is.
Heart.
Well,
My
I'm
name is Hard.
I'm Edwin.
Can your first name be Heart?
Yeah, it is.
Hearted?
That's-
Okay,
he
your
just
last
has one
name.
name.
Yeah,
He's
it's
a duller.
a single name.
Oh, you never
There's-
got a last name.
Can't
There's
remember
literally
both.
not a last name.
Let's make it Heart. I like Heart. Heart.
Hart.
Uh,
Heart.
When you say Edwin, I'll just say Lillian.
Pleasure to meet you guys. Suppose we'll probably be spending a little bit of time together wherever they're taking us.
Fabulous bunkmates, I imagine.
I can only imagine, and he'll cast a side glance at the gnome in the back.
She'll lick her lips.
And then the cart will continue on. You started pretty early in the morning from the last prison where Edwin was picked up, and you're mostly excited for the multi-day prison manacled journey to be over. You've been wearing rags ever since you were arrested and thrown in jail. You haven't seen any of your possessions or anything for at least a month. And the idea of being somewhere that's at least not a jail in name is at least kind of exciting as opposed to where you have been. And so the cart will trundle onwards. If anybody has any sort of conversation they would like to start, you can do so now, or we will continue to the destination.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mumble to myself. All this just because I wanted to make a bit of coin.
Edwin will nod his head and be like, I feel that.
I was just making a living doing my own thing, you know. And
I'm
are
gonna-
we? Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
you said we're pulling up on the camp, or we're in the camp?
You are not there yet, but they did just
Okay.
say that it would be only like an hour until you
Okay.
reached your destination.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna sort of lean out and mostly talking to Trish because she made the comment earlier, and just say, I can understand why the three of us foreigners, puts a little bit of emphasis on that, ended up, cast aside to the edge of the world off of some no good reason. How does someone in your genetic shoes find themselves here? And she'll also sort of look to Edwin as she finishes the sentence as well.
At first she's just gonna kind of like look away and just like, like, she's above talking to you, and then at first, she's kind of give you a side eye and be like, well, I was betrayed by someone who I thought was my friend, and she framed me for heresy, basically, just so she could increase her own social standing, and then she'll like kind of stop and be like, damn, I should have thought of that. Like, I wish I would have done it first, basically.
You should really find yourself some better friends. Don't want to hang out with trash like that.
Must be
Wow.
from the capital or one of the other major cities.
Yeah.
Dens
Something
of
like
vipers,
that.
all of them.
All right.
You?
And Edwin he'll be watching Trish as she tells her story, and he'll nod his head and be like, I feel that.
I feel that. It's like, is that what happened
Serious.
to you,
All right.
stranger?
Something like that. More of a professional capacity. But not super keen on sharing that with, well, a company like this, I suppose.
I guess I can understand that, but yeah. It's not like you're gonna get any better company
Yeah.
in the
Might as
next
well get used to us.
foreseeable future.
I
Well,
want to piss off your bad company.
oh God, I didn't even. And he'll look at all of you.
Hey, Edwin is found hanging from the rope.
Yeah. He'll look at all of you and be like, well, I don't know exactly what you all claimed happened, but I'm definitely not a criminal.
Right. That's exactly what a criminal would say,
Like she's onto something there.
And he'll shake his head again and go back to staring at his palms.
Good talk, everybody.
Good talk, everybody.
I try to go for a high five with our manacled hands underneath
Yeah.
the cart.
To who? Oh.
You guys can
We're
just
sitting
you
next to
can
each
barely reach like fingertips to
Yeah.
to high five.
Session one.
Yep.
And cut.
And we did it. Good job, guys.
Good job.
Good job, guys. Everybody
Hit
go
the
home.
showers. Hit the showers.
Yeah. All right, so the cart continues on its bumpy rut crossing path, and you can tell from looking out of the bars and everything that you have long since left the civilized parts of Lumerlin and are in more forested, hilly. Every so often you'll pass like a small hamlet or a roadside inn or whatever. But for those of you who are from cities, it's very much a major change in scenery. And eventually the cart takes a little veering turn off the road and goes over some rocky, less worn pathway and comes to a stop. And you can look sort of through the sides of the bars and through the very small opening in the front. You can see the large, imposing stone walls of a sort of old-style castle or fort that you have pulled up to. And the general setting of like the campaign or of the Zweihander setting is like kind of like Napoleon-y, like gunpowder, like past the Middle Ages. And so when you've lived your whole life in a setting or in like the towns where you've lived, this castle definitely looks old, like out of date, doesn't really look like it could hold up to cannon fire or anything like that. It's not designed with all of the newest design stylizations or anything. It looks very much like what, the old grandmothers would tell tales about the princesses in these castles, instead of being like an actual military fortification. And so the two guys will swing off the bench and tie up the horses on a tie, and come to the back and unlock the door and lead you guys out and you're all sort of manacled together, lead you guys out in a line, and you are at your destination, which is called Fort Bodeswell. And one of the guards will say, "Welcome to Fort Bodeswell. I think you're going to be here for a while." And he'll go and pound on
Well, that doesn't bode well.
the wooden gate in the back of the fort. And looking around you, you can see that it's pretty much right off the road. The road that you were on is just like a little bit down a hill. You can see it from where you're standing next to the fort. And the fort is just kind of plopped right next to the road, where there's like a little looping trail that comes off the road where carts would come by and either visit the fort or be checked for taxes or whatever, the long time ago when the fort was actually used. And so he pounds on the door, and some dudes on the other side pull it open, and it creaks open and grinds against the ground, and you can tell that it's definitely needs to be oiled up or something a little bit better. And you will be led into the fort. And I don't have a map of the fort drawn yet.
Anything else planned?
I don't have anything else planned. That's the end of the session.
No
Here on out.
map. No map of the fort means no combat in the fort.
There will be combat in the fort, but I don't have. I will have a fully detailed fort map drawn for the future. I just didn't quite get
Scale?
to scale. It's gonna be
Oh,
gonna be the whole thing, because you're gonna be doing a lot of shit in this
Awesome,
fort,
bro.
and so we're gonna need it to be good to go. But so yeah, it's you walk through the gates of the fort. There's a stone wall that surrounds the perimeter, and then right in the middle of the stone wall, almost equidistant from every side of the, the rough rectangle of the stone wall, there's a keep, and the keep is like 3 stories taller than the stone wall, and it's just like your very basic, sort of smallish fort. And again, it just strikes you as looking super old, and like the stone's all worn, and there's not like proper portholes cut for cannons, and so when you're looking around, the cannons are kind of like propped up on the crenellations of the walls instead of actually having, proper slots for them and stuff like that. And then
Why are you Xing out the coins?
oh, I can't see that. So
Super strong.
So then there's the keep in the middle, and then the wall surrounding it, and along the edge of the wall there are buildings. So like nestled up against the wall with some space, like courtyard, between the buildings and the keep, there are a variety of buildings that are sort of scattered around the perimeter. And very obviously one of them's like a forge, one of them kind of looks like a longhouse barracks. There's like a little animal pen in one of the corners that doesn't have anything in it right now. And you're looking around, and you can kind of mentally identify some of the buildings, but some of them, their uses are just sort of inscrutable to you right now.
Inscrutable.
And so you will be led through the fort, and this would actually be the perfect time for me to take a bathroom break. As you're being led to the fort, you will be led to the doors of the keep, and the guards will say, Captain Macias will want to see this lot. And so the soldiers that are sort of milling about in the courtyard between the wall and the keep, well, one of them will take off into the keep, and the others will kind of stand with you and the guards, and they start trading small talk, kind of shooting the shit. Oh, how long did it take you guys to get here? And one of the guards would be like, oh, it took days. We had to stop at this place. We had to stop at this place and pick up all these friggin' degenerates. And it was just the worst. But
Degenerates?
Degenerates.
We're not degenerates. No, we're just
We're
degenerates.
just generous.
We're just standard
Yes,
degenerates.
ungenerates.
Yeah, no, thank you. Much appreciated.
So yeah, they're talking. You guys are standing around. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick and refill my water because I'm losing my voice, which like always happens when we play.
You didn't bring a bottle, Hunter?
I have a giant empty cup that was full.
No, we need more like a catheter bottle.
Just like stick it in there and it'd be good to go.
I'm gonna go refill mine too, though.
Yeah.
So
we can do a
just shifted back.
a very short bio break, and then we will resume.
So in addition to being colorblind,
Let's see.
You also can't hold your
Hunter
bladder.
is also incontinent. Got
Well,
it.
this is mostly because I'm just like extremely thirsty.
And old.
Where that lady is?
I'm
Easy catch.
extremely thirsty. we should revisit that idea of an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
All right.
all right. Jeez, Hunter hasn't even left yet. What a butt.
Right. What a butt.
I'll tell you, text.
Wearing a Shanikus shirt. Awesome. Advertising for other streamers while streaming.
It's the way to do it.
Fucking
Oh,
perfect.
The ultimate power move.
Tex is over there saying prostate check. Everybody check your prostates.
Yeah, we replaced the posture check with a prostate check.
You're right.
Sorry, I can't reach.
It's like,
Thanks,
Eric,
bro.
Eric, we're all just gonna be this way.
Only fans?
Yeah,
You mean
I-
only peasants? Wow. Fucking wow.
I did actually check my posture when Eric did that. He's a good man.
We should all be wearing Shanikus shirts. It'd be
I
hilarious.
don't have one.
I tried to wear
bad
a
friend.
generic shirt because I didn't want like any kind of brand issues, you know. So I just chose
yeah,
a
look at
solid
Nate down there. He's just
colored
like,
shirt.
I'm gonna get sponsored by Under Armour.
I like this hoodie. It's warm.
Wow.
I've never noticed that
warm.
Cody's chair is literally pink and white.
Yeah.
He's got the gamer girl chair.
Does he also sell his bathwater?
Yes, you want some?
Yeah.
Yeah, e-girl bathwater. Welcome to the Mean Girls.
Hell yeah.
Nerf this.
I am not a girl, thank you. You guys can be the mean girls.
You don't want to be part of the Mean Girls? That's our.
No, my character is a he/him. Thank you.
Yeah. So.
That is too
the
bad
Mean Girls
because
doesn't
you can't-
exclusively include.
You
girls.
can't make
Yeah.
a name for our team that doesn't include me and my identity as a person.
Mean Girls and Heart.
Mean Girls and Heart. Yeah.
Yeah. What if we did? What if we were the Heart of the Mean Girls?
Wow.
Just
Wow.
spelled with the heart.
With a DT. Hard to.
Yeah.
Heard it.
Sorry, it's a bit hard to say.
It's a bit hard to say.
Look, I'm just saying, Topher can be our daddy, and I
Wow.
would totally call you daddy.
You know I am only 4'8", right?
How tall
And?
is Celine?
Huh?
Celine is.
The bastard inbred of, or the bastard love child of an elf and a dwarf.
Where is it? Hey, she will kill you for that.
5'2" gnome.
She
Bigger than a
is
dwarf.
4.1 feet.
4'1"
It's 4.1 because I think that's how it was portrayed in the book, is like point whatever, but it could be 4 foot 1 inch. I'd have
Maybe
to go
it's
and find it
meters.
again.
Maybe you're 4 meters.
Maybe you're. Yeah.
I don't
4
think it was-
meters. 4 meters.
1 inches.
For the tallest humanoid on this planet.
Yeah, you're a big boy.
He's a
Bigger
big
than-
dwarf. He's a really big dwarf, and that's why they call him Big Heart. Big Heart.
That's me, big heart.
Big heart, big heart, big heart. He rides across the mountains, the thoroughbred of sin.
Thoroughbred.
The thoroughbred of sin?
We're gonna get shut down by copyright.
Renegades.
Can't sing anymore.
Renegade.
Oh
That's true. We're gonna get
Hearts,
MDM.
Alright, Hunter's back. Run. Dun, 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 dun.
You guys want to see something just like ridiculously disrespectful?
Perfect, Eric.
Your hair.
Heart and the harem.
Oh no.
Perfect.
no! I like it.
Ooh.
Amazing.
What about like hearts angels or something?
Hearts, angels.
Hearts.
Oh,
the
So look at
heart.
this.
I mean, wouldn't we be more like succubuses?
I'm gone
Look
for
at what?
for
I mean, you
5
definitely
minutes.
would be, Celine.
Look how buff
You write
you
on the
are.
keyboard.
Oh yeah, no, it's portrayed in like point. The height, Topher, it's like 4.1, 4.2.
So you're 4 feet and
Basically an inch.
17,
Right
30
under the
seconds.
monitor? Or
He's
is that the
on
keyboard?
my mouse pad.
Oh,
He's just
nice.
like completely occupied.
He's just
all
dead.
of the
He's
space.
just dead.
You'll need to make a strength check to move into an occupied space.
Yeah. I literally like have
The
no...
cat will actually get an attack of opportunity, so be careful.
He will probably. He's just gonna take me out. Oh, why
He's a
is...
level 5 rogue.
Where'd my...
And then the cat will be our new DM.
Yeah.
Yes.
He'd be good at it.
And he's got the little hair.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is.
Not if you
Joke's
disengage.
on you, Eric. No disengage mechanic in Zweihander.
There is
Actually, there's maneuver.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. It's maneuver.
All right. So
Got you though.
we,
Hecked.
Get
you arrive at Fort Bodeswell, and you're being taken to see the captain.
Oh
And- So the
Crunch?
yeah, the Captain Crunch.
Captain Crunch.
Ahoy, mate!
Ahoy! Crunchitize me!
Is his name Steve? Is he Steve the pirate captain?
No,
No, he's
they said
Captain
it already.
Crunch.
They said
Yarr.
Captain McKay is going to want to see this lot, and
But
so
is that
that
his last
Crunch.
name?
Captain
It'd be
McKay
Steve
is Crunch.
McKay.
you don't know.
Captain McKay's Crunch.
Yeah,
David McKay was my college acting professor. Maybe it's.
it is actually.
Yeah, he's in Watchmen. Fun fact: if you ever watched the movie Watchmen, he's in it.
He's also in. He's in this. He's coming.
He's the dog that gets put down. They put the knife through that dude's head. Yeah.
Oh god.
That's him.
Wild.
And he's just like that without the rape vibes.
Yeah, he's coming right up here in like 2 minutes in the
Okay, cool.
campaign.
I didn't know. He should have told me.
Yeah, he has a cameo and everything. So the doors to the keep open up. They're not as grand or imposing as the back doors to the wall gate. And they lead you through a bunch of sort of dingy, like dusty, unkempt hallways in this keep. And there's kind of like, moldering carpets that are kind of stacked in a corner of one hallway. And some of the torch sconces are like missing from the walls and stuff. And it sort of gives you the impression of like just either somewhere that's been in long disrepair or somewhere that's just starting to be like reinvigorated. And so eventually, yeah, it could be both. You go up a few flights of stairs, end up at the top story of this keep in the middle of the fort, and they lead you into an office. And this is the one room that actually feels like it's been taken care of. So there's no dust. There's a nice desk in the middle. The torches are all lit. There's even like an oil lamp on the desk to provide a little extra steady light. And sitting behind the desk is a grizzled looking mid-40s maybe man. He's got a neatly trimmed goatee that covers obviously the bottom half of his face because that's how goatees work. And you can kind of tell that there's some like facial scars hidden by some of the beard and everything. And he sort of exudes like right when you look at him the air of like fatherly grumpiness when you guys walk in.
Daddy Crunch.
Yeah, Daddy Crunch. And he'll motion to the guards. He's like, "Oh yeah, lead them in here, line them up so they're not all tugging on each other or anything like that."
Oh.
Your Nate was gonna.
And so you'll be standing. The five of you will be standing before the captain of the fort.
Like, you must be Captain Crunch.
Captain Macias. And this
Crunch.
must be my first delivery of sash bearers.
I'm hard.
I'm hard.
I'm hard.
And he'll
Jesus,
nod to you and
like-
be like, "Nice to meet you, Hart. I'm Captain Macias, the commanding
there's no-
officer here at Fort Bodeswell."
Misinterpretation there. Excuse me, did you say you're hard?
Gotta
That's
include
my
the T. The T at the end is super important.
I could make you hard. I mean,
You
what?
already did earlier.
And he'll
It was
look-
hard. It made all of us very uncomfortable.
Is there a Mrs. McKay?
Macias, he'll look at you,
Sorry, McKay.
and
Mrs. Crunch.
he'll be like, "Unfortunately, this is definitely not the time to talk about that. You've been
Later,
delivered
then, another
here.
time.
Definitely not."
Definitely, yes.
And you'll say you've been delivered here at the behest of the electors of Lumerlin to be incorporated into my regiment here at Fort Bodeswell as we serve our duty in protecting the borders of Lumerlin from the encroaching supernatural threat that has befallen Voshake Tadberg. And your role here has been determined to be that of exploratory and scouting, determining threats that may appear within the land of Voshake Tadberg. And to that end, you will be trained here by my various officers over the course of the next, and he'll kind of think a little bit, we'll see how much time we have for training. And once your training is complete, you will be outfitted from our armory, and you will then begin fulfilling your duties as sash bearers. The first sash bearer corps of the Fort of Bodeswell, incorporated into my regiment. Are there any questions?
I need no training. I'm an accomplished sellsword. Put me up against your best man.
And you can tell he's kind of like making a mental note. He'll be like, well, that's good to know. I presume not all of you are as martially prepared. And so for the sake of keeping the corps together and ensuring the continuity of the group, you will all be trained together. And if you are able to display exemplary talent during training, I'm sure we'll have a place for you at Fort Bodeswell, Mr. Hart.
I will chime in that I'm actually a female standing in for my father, who I thought was too weak to join the army. So I went
He's like,
instead.
the old Mulan trick.
Yeah.
We've had that before.
Yeah, that's happened before.
That
You'd
happened
be
to me 4
surprised
times
how
while
common
I
that
joined
is.
the military.
4 times. Pretty
I'm
common.
gonna say, do you have any need for military chaplain? I imagine that is my primary use as a individual.
And he kind of like narrows his eyes, and he'll be like,
Fuck you.
he'll be like, fuck you. Don't ever say that again.
The fuck?
He'll be like, I think his chair fell over.
Chair.
My chair just fell back.
Jordan, this is why you're not supposed to tip your chair back.
Yeah, didn't they ever
No.
tell you that in school?
It's trying to get a better.
No,
It's
he
not-
heard it too loud of a sound, and it
It
tipped him
just
over.
startled him.
It's called Jordan tipping.
Yeah,
You
it's
may
like
have heard of it.
Scooby-Doo
It's not made to
style.
be tipped over. I'm sorry.
So
so where's it?
He'll kind of narrow his eyes and be
I
like,
knocked my background
um,
down, so now you just see my door.
military
Gross.
operations are really no place for frivolous things like religious or
I mean.
or those kind of practices. We definitely need to be at the top of our attention and performance, and I found that many of my soldiers become overly distracted or needlessly zealot if I try to
Get
incorporate
that shit out of here.
too much expensive religious indoctrination. And so if
I
you
respect
find
your opinion, but I would just like to remind you that the Church of the God Emperor was explicitly started for the sole purpose of reinforcing military lines. I think there are few remaining nowadays that truly believe it for the faith that it was intended to be.
then he'll nod, and I grant that in the old world there were necessities that were taken to ensure the ready supply of men willing to commit themselves, but our new training and tactics ensures that we can have soldiers who are ready without any sort of
Being willing.
frivolous.
Fair enough.
And you're definitely getting kind of an odd vibe from him about this, where if you would have talked to like anybody in Lumerlin and be like, hey, like, are you religious? And they'd be like, oh yeah, I mean, generally religious.
Yeah.
Like we go to the Church of the God Emperor, or we check out the God King or whatever.
God Emperor is the one that's big in Lumerland for the
Yeah,
most part.
it's like the human sort of de facto religion, and so it's definitely surprising to you that he's reacting this way.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he'll be, if there are not any further questions, I will dismiss you to the handling of our local fort guards, and they will show you to your quarters. You'll be unshackled in your quarters you will be provided a uniform, a regular like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like relaxation clothes. That's not what. There's like a word.
Leisure wear?
Yeah, like
Civilian?
leisure fatigues, but it's not civilian. I don't know, because there's like a dress uniform and then there's the other
Right.
one. And so you
Casual?
would, yeah, like casual wear. It's it's like sweatpants and a Nike shirt or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like a military.
It says Sash down the right
yeah, it just
leg.
says Sash. You've got like a headband.
For some reason, mine
Because
says
we
patch
can wear
across
it
the
however
butt.
we want.
Yeah.
That was part of the rules. We could
Yeah.
decide how we wanted to wear this big ass sash that they give us.
Yeah, so like he's like in the middle of dismissing you when a guy comes in from like a side office connected to his office, and you can see like a flash of annoyance across his face as this guy interrupts him basically mid-sentence, and he comes over and he like whispers something into Captain McKay's ear. And you guys can make an eavesdropping check if you would like. So we actually roll some dice before
Wait, this
before
game has dice in it?
yeah, before the game's over. We're actually making really good time. I am surprised at how
Ooh.
well I'm
deaf.
sticking to my schedule.
Just a standard one, right?
Yeah.
Eavesdrop.
So because you're like a reasonable distance from him, so you're not like super close.
Made it! Yay!
Yay.
Okay, so
No
Nate.
modifier.
Oh wait, Topher got his exactly too.
Did I?
Did you roll another exactly?
No. I
That
got a
was with
97
Marshall
on
anyway.
I got a 97 on eavesdrop.
That was when he was doing a test run.
Oh, that was a test
Yeah.
roll. I see. Okay, so
I was gonna
Nate.
say I'm not even close to making it.
So lower
Oh,
is what
man,
we're
I'm-
aiming for, right?
Yes.
So yeah,
wanna
so
roll-
if you have
Oh, I
a,
see.
for example, your perception, if you have a 44% chance to hit, you have to roll anything under a 44.
So Jordan,
Lower.
you should look at your special trait for your
Oh yeah.
your class, your profession.
Special trait for my profession.
It's probably under traits.
Talents and traps.
Talents. I don't know. I know what
It
it is.
should be under your profession itself.
Yeah.
It should be under just the profession. It should say
Ah.
professional trait.
And it depends on if you actually included
Fail
it.
an eavesdrop or scrutinize. You may
Oh, yeah.
re-roll
So did you?
to generate a better result.
You did fail. So yeah, you should re-roll that
Yeah.
because you can do that.
Boom. And that's just whenever I do it.
Yeah,
Cool.
anytime you fail a scrutinize or an eavesdrop, you can redo it.
Dope. Now I gotta go find it again. Boop.
It's under
Eavesdrop.
perception. Yeah.
You're under
That's
perception.
my special racial trait.
Nice, you
Hey,
did
you
it.
got it.
So
Good
the guy comes in and Trish and Celine pretty plainly hear him say, don't forget to issue them the control measures. And again, Macias kind of like looks annoyed a little bit. He's like, oh yes. And he straightens up and he kind of shoos the guy away. And he's like, I had forgotten that you are not traditional soldiers in the way that I am used to. And as part of your agreement with the electors of Illumerlin, we do need to ensure that you stick around to complete the agreement that you made with the nation. And so my assistant is on his way back with the two things that need to be administered before you can be on your way. And so then there's kind of a pause as he's like just standing in front of you, tapping his foot like, where the hell is he? Like, and finally the guy bustles back in and he's got like a big old box and he's got these big, just like garishly colored strips of fabric over his shoulder. And he puts the box down on the desk and he opens it up and he hands the sashes of fabric to the Captain Macias, and Macias then distributes them to you guys. He says, these are your sashes. They designate you as members of the Sash Bearers Corps, and whenever you are not at Fort Bodeswell, either when you are in the territory of Voshek Tadberg or somewhere within Lumerlin, not at Fort Bodeswell, you do need to wear this sash at all times. Otherwise, you will be found in breach of your contract with the nation of Lumerlin, and will have to suffer the full penalties of your sentence, plus desertion, as was stipulated.
So double death.
Yeah, they'll kill you twice.
Cool boy.
And
Sekiro?
yeah, literally. And so then he'll step to the side, and he'll say, if you'll form a line in front of my assistant here, he will also administer the second measure that will be taken to ensure that you complete your full commitment to the nation of Lumerlin. And you can see that the assistant has opened this box, and it's basically like a big stamp set. So there's like a big chunky, it looks like a stamp that you would like punch like a letter with or whatever. And then there's a big like rectangular well of very dark red ink. And so the assistant's like, this stamp will be administered to the side of your neck to ensure that you can be easily identified as a member of the Sash Bearer Corps in the event that you forsake the sash that you're supposed to be wearing. And this is mostly just in case you do need to do business within the nation of Lumerlin. You'll be, anybody of authority can recognize that you are still serving your commitment and need to be returned to that if need be. And so it'd be like, step forward and I will administer the stamp. And so Edwin is first, and it's like right on the side of your neck here between your ear.
I always wanted a sweet neck.
Yeah, between your ear and your clavicle, and it's this big like scarlet oval. And it's like empty in the middle. So it's like a big O, like a letter O stamped on your neck in bright red ink. And so
It's dark.
what? Well, but you know how like dye works, right? When it's
that's true.
in the well or whatever, it's super dark, and then when you actually like stamp it, and so they'll administer the stamps to all of you as long as nobody wants to do anything ridiculous.
I mean, I can't stop them. Where am I going?
I'm gonna grab the stamp and put it on there.
I just want to let you know that if you had pulled out a needle, I would have punched somebody.
Oh yeah, is Hart scared of needles?
Yes.
We'll have to remember that. And yeah, so they'll stamp you. They'll hand you the sash, and he'll give you the spiel again about ensuring your commitment and desertion is punishable by death, and when you're in the territory of Voshek Tadberg, you need to be able to identify yourself as a member of the Lumerlin military so that you aren't killed by friendly fire, and that sort of thing. And so he'll stress the importance of, wear the sash when you're doing anything, otherwise bad things will happen. And so yeah, then he will.
So this stamp doesn't just like peel off.
No. So in that spiel, he forgot to mention that the ink that they used, and he'll mention this now. The ink that they use requires a special catalyst to dissolve it, and the catalyst, he'll say, we don't even store any of it here at the fort, and so at the completion of your commitment to the nation of Lumerlin, we will be administered the catalyst in which we can dissolve the stamp from your neck, and you can retire.
What designates the completion of our assignment here?
And he gets like a little wry grin on his face, and he'll say, well, I do. And so when according to the stipulations handed to me by the electors of Lumerlin and my own judgment as a commander of soldiers, I will determine, for the most part, when you have sufficiently served the nation and helped the people here at Fort Bodeswell and the nation of Lumerlin as a whole to commute your sentence and free you as a new citizen of the nation.
But what if, like, we're basically useless and you decide that we really can't be of any help here?
Speak for yourself, whore.
Jeez.
Damn. Celine's gonna laugh her ass off
He
at that.
was.
She'll
Hart.
just
You might
glare-
find that he may have been speaking for herself.
And he'll look at you and he gets like an icy look in his eye and he'll say, "Well, we've found that here at Fort Bodeswell, on the cusp of a great horror that's occurring in the nation of Voshek Tadberg, everybody has a use. They may not have use in the sense of, you know, ensuring the safety of the nation or, you know, recovering useful intelligence or exploring for forbidden places.
I can tell you the only good use for a woman like her.
Let me finish, Hart.
And at this point, she's just gonna look at you like, I keep that tongue in your mouth, you fucking trash.
We have found that many people can serve use as distractions for protecting the real soldiers in the case of an attack. And so if that's how you end up being fulfilling your commitment to the nation of Lumerlin, then so be it.
I see. That should have
Will we?
I will lean over to Trish and say, I think it's best that we find a good way to make use of ourselves, regardless of our talents.
seems to be that way.
How are our needs going to be taken care of while we're here?
You will be provided soldiers' rations. You will be provided a prorated salary, not that of a real soldier, but we will be paying you for your stay here, and upon the completion of your commitment, or at special decision by myself, some of the money that you have accumulated as part of your salary can be released to you for use in fulfilling your duties as a member of the military. All right. If those are all the questions, then I welcome you to the Fort Bodeswell family, and I hope that you find us inviting and you find a way to integrate yourself into our military tradition and make yourself useful.
What does the room look like that we're standing in?
It's a like 30-foot by 40.
Am I close to any walls or pillars?
No, you're in the middle of the room. Are you gonna like backflip over your manacles or something?
Nope.
Just checking.
I mean, you could be more inviting by inviting me to your bedroom. I'm just saying.
And he was like, with that,
A tantalizing offer, I must say, Captain.
with that, you are dismissed. And
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
he'll call to one of the guys at the door, and he'll say, escort them to the Sash Bearer barracks and remove their manacles once they're there.
Maybe not hers, and I'll, point it.
the gnome.
No.
Where are our belongings? Will they be in the barracks for us?
Your belongings will not be returned to you at this time. You will be provided material necessary for the completion of your training, and upon the completion of your training, you will be provided all the tools necessary for your duty from our armory.
Duty.
Duty. Duty.
Alright. So we go to the
Yeah, so you
place.
are escorted
next.
by one of the fort guards down the stairs again, out the door, and they take you around the side of the keep and to one of the sort of squat long buildings that is built against the wall of the fort, and the guy will sort of gesture vaguely to it and be like, well, here's where the sash bearers are staying. As far as I know, Captain Micaeus doesn't have anything else that he needs you to do right now. I'm sure a runner will be sent to determine what your next action should be. But for now, I would get in there and get changed and be ready. And so
Can
it'll
you
take
Train
describe-
montage time.
describe.
Describe the inside of the barracks.
So you're not in there yet. You're standing outside of it. But from the outside, it kind of looks like shit. It's like old wood. Even from the outside, you can tell that the ceiling is like really low. Because when you're looking at it, it's maybe like 6.5 feet tall, like built against the fort wall. And there's like a little door, and if you're tall, you have to like literally like kind of bend over to fit into
Good.
the...
Good thing Celine and I ain't tall.
Yeah, exactly. And so the guy will undo your manacles, and he'll sort of roll up the big chain and everything, and he'll look to the lot of you and kind of nod and be like, well, wait for a runner, and then he'll walk off with the chain back towards the keep. And so right now you have your sash and you have your prisoner rags, and that's it.
Are we going into the barracks now?
Well, yeah, you can go into the barracks. That's up.
Describe it.
So the barracks on the inside is very dark. There's only like a few very small slits in the ceiling that let light in. Arranged along the each side of the long single room are bunks. They're double stack bunks. And since the ceiling is so low, one of the bunks is like basically on the floor, and the other one is like very almost touching the ceiling. And so it kind of looks terrible. And each double bunk has like a little chest at the foot of the bed, and there's like a dozen of these bunks going down the longness of the building.
Longness of long.
Hard's gonna take a bed in the corner, like in a dark corner.
It's all dark. So yeah, the
far corner.
Yeah.
Away from everybody else.
that's fair.
I'm gonna go take one over by heart.
There's one above
Oh.
him. I mean, depending on which bunk Hard is taking, there's going to be one above or below him.
Oh, they're
shit.
bunk beds. I'm definitely taking the bottom one then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's perfect. She's gonna pick dibs on top bunk because I like being on top.
Goddamn.
I'll look at Trish and gesture to my leg, and I'll say, "Mind if the gimp takes the bottom bunk?"
Like, go for it. I mean, how many bunks did you say there were?
There's 6 on either side, so there's a
Yeah, I guess
dozen
we
of
don't
them.
know how many people are taking them, or right now I guess it's just us. But
Yeah. So from what you can tell, you are the first people to be in this building in a really long time.
Trish
Yeah,
will
nice
try
and
to
empty.
take a bunk away from everyone. So, like, the opposite corner as Hart.
Okay.
I will take one not too close, but closer to Trish, because frankly, I am a little bit unnerved by how Hart acted towards her.
Very harsh. Yeah. So
There's a reason. There's a reason behind that.
yeah, he's a dick. Edwin
Yeah.
will.
No, there's a backstory.
Oh, there's an actual
There's-
reason.
Backstory is that I was born a dick.
He was just. He just is.
Just being a sexist piece of bitch.
It's just because
Just
you're
like his
you
bio.
are-
It's just a misogynist asshole.
Yeah, that's this world. Welcome to Zweihander.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Edwin will
I gotta be
take
ready to kill him.
Edwin will
Listen,
take a bed that's
Trish, have you tried not being a human female? I mean, that's the only problem here.
That's true.
Oh.
I never thought of that.
Oh.
Wait, do you actually say that?
No,
No, that's he's hinting at his backstory. This
How dare
cat.
he?
You
That's
ever
disgusting.
tried not being a short
I just
pile
want to
of
be able
trash?
to. I just want to be able to sleepover talk with someone late into the night.
What are you thinking about? Like
Got any
Sash
boys that you
Bear
like?
stuff? Oh my god, me too.
So what happened with you today? You were literally there the
Yeah.
entire day.
I lost
see
my
each other
arm.
Every waking hour.
Oh my god. Sorry. Um,
Embarrassingly.
so Edwin
so as Celine climbs up on the top bunk above me, she sees me kind of smile at the ridiculousness of her comments, which is the first time that anybody's seen me smile since we met each other.
She smiles all the time.
Yeah, she's weird. Edwin
weird.
takes
She's
the bunk that's like
flirty
right
and
next to the
dopey.
door. And so he just kind of immediately sits down on the bottom bunk right next to the door.
Yeah, who wants to be by the door?
Yeah, that
Weirdo.
door could fling
What
open and
nerd.
some dude could barrel in and stab you.
And
Well, for all of us.
he will then begin to look at his palms again and contemplate.
Does this dude
Contemplate.
masturbate
This
all the
dude
time
is
or what?
obsessed with his palms. I don't
Maybe
like,
he's a palm
understand.
reader and he's telling the future.
Yeah, he's like, shit, it's
It's
gonna
our
rain
future.
tomorrow.
In fact, I'll ask him that when I notice him, and I'll say, your palm's telling you the secrets of the universe, Edwin?"
And he'll look up and he'll be like, well, certainly aren't doing that or I wouldn't be here.
You'd be surprised. A lot of forbidden knowledge, and the forbidden thing is the only thing people tend to remember.
And he'll like kind of look at you weird and be like, I'll take your word for it. Yeah. So then
Besides the empty chests
Go ahead.
and the
oh yeah,
beds,
your
is
clothes
there
are there.
anything el- Okay.
Fuck yeah, clothes.
Yeah, so there was
Celine does the sexy stripper dance.
yeah, they're
Not
kind of
quite
with her-
sexy stripper dance, but she definitely will change very tantalizingly.
oh,
Are we talking
don't
just basic
look.
casual clothes, no like light armor or anything?
So yeah, it's casual clothes, and then there's a uniform that looks like it would be worn under some kind of armor. And so it's pretty obvious which is which, where the casual clothes are very like loose fitting, and they don't have
Smelly.
yeah, they don't have really any insignia or anything on them. Whereas the uniform clothes are more tight to your body so that you can fit armor over them. They have like a little shoulder insignia. And they look kind of like Revolutionary War soldier uniforms, where it's like big buttons down the middle and sort of gaudy colors. They're like a pale blue with dark blue stripes.
Hot.
Yeah.
So-
Hard changes into his casual clothes, and you notice that he's wearing bikini briefs.
Hell yeah.
They let me keep
Like a-
these.
Like a thong?
Not like they were gonna take him off.
Yeah, I'd like to see him. Like to see him dig them out.
Trish is going to take the. I assume all the beds have sheets, or no?
Yeah, they're like made with shitty cotton sheets, and there's
So she's gonna take the sheet off the top bunk and create like a barrier,
like a privacy
by, like-
thing. Yeah,
yeah, all the way around her, using the bunk
Yeah,
adjacent to her.
I feel you. That makes sense.
Imagine not having Volshek Tadberg cotton.
Yeah. The
It's actually pretty good, you might find.
you squish the like mattress of the bed, and it's like lumpy, shitty. It's like a stuffed bag that's clearly like the throwaway
Potatoes.
wool or
She'll-
whatever.
They're
She'll
not even
also
using
take
the wizard foam.
mattress from the top and put it on double stack. on the
Oh
bottom.
yeah, the luxury.
Jesus.
Wizard foam.
Not even using the wizard foam mattresses.
The wizard foam. It's like science fiction. You just float there. Tempur-Pedic.
What is science?
What
Is
is
that
science?
heresy? Sounds like heresy, I've got to admit.
What is science? Baby, that's heresy.
So yeah, if you guys don't do anything major at this point, eventually a runner will come. And
If we did something major, would he come faster?
no, actually, because then we would wait for whatever you were doing, and so he would wait to come.
He might come faster if we burn the place down. I mean, catch
Might
fire.
come faster if Nate really gets on that jock.
I'm hard.
I'm
I was
hard.
waiting for Nate to say something. I'm hard.
I know, and I like that.
I'm hard. It's gonna end up like Gladius. We're gonna see something sexy, and someone's gonna stand up and go, "I am hard.
Yeah.
I am hard."
I'm hard.
Gladiator. Yeah, Gladiator.
Gladiator. Sorry.
I actually
Gladiator.
randomed
Shorts
into this
and
name
sandals.
with the random character name generator. So
Yeah.
I was just
Nice.
pleased from the beginning.
And yeah, so then a guy he barges into the barracks. They don't knock or anything. And he says,
How dare you?
"Oh, cat, stop. He's laying. Oh no,
It's cat. No, cat.
he says, cat, stop." He
You're
was
making everything flash on the screen.
I know, he was like laying on one of my keys or something. So he barges in, and he's like, "All right, criminals.
That's a flashback.
It's time to meet up with Matcha. She's gonna detail the court. Get off there! I just moved you. She's gonna detail the course of your training over the next few days. Come with me. We'll go meet her right now."
So Trish will emerge from her
No,
privacy.
From her tent that she's
Barricade.
made.
Yeah, her
From
tent.
Yeah, and then
Her
Y'all
bunk
got
bed base of operations.
and she'll say, "Let's get down to business."
All right.
Who defeat?
Wow,
And
can
so
you
he'll-
stop with the Mulan pun?
He'll lead. No, this is all
Getting down
Mulan.
to business.
It's very
What do you?
appropriate.
He told you his background already.
Yeah,
Come on.
he is.
Don't tell him how not to play his backstory.
So they'll lead you into one of the wider areas where it's just bare wall, and then the keep in the middle, and so there's like a larger courtyard area,
Yeah.
and there's a stocky kind of pear-shaped woman in full like battle dress standing in the courtyard with her hands on her hips, and she'll be like, "Thank you, Colic. So these are my criminals, are they?" And she's got kind of like a
Allegedly.
alleged criminals, I would like to point out.
You speak of what you do not know. I am no criminal.
And she'll be like, yeah, I know. I've heard the whole spiel before. I was wrongfully arrested, and they've pressed me into service for the military. We've all been there.
All been there. Come on.
So it's my job here as drill sergeant for Fort Bodeswell is to get you lot, the 5 of you, our first sash bearers, I'll have you know. It's a great honor. Get the 5 of you ready.
I feel so honored.
You
So
should. Ready to venture out into the tainted, cursed wilderness of Voshek Tadberg and make it back. Because, sending out people to figure out what's going on and then having them die out there really is just a waste of time. So what we really want is for at least one of you to get back here,
It's a survival.
deliver the information, and that'll be a win.
Hard crosses his
Hopefully
arms
one
and
of
looks
you guys can
disgusted.
run.
So fodder is what you're saying. That's what we are. We're just fodder.
Well, my job here is to make you effective fodder. And so when you get out there, you will be able to do your best to protect yourself, deal out a little bit of hurt, and make it back to provide us with the information we need.
Trish will just look around and be like, "Well, aside from Edwin over there, I think I have probably the best chance of being able to outrun all these guys."
Edwin is actually Edwin's pretty tall. He's like 6'4" or something. And so,
Right, that's why I said.
Yeah, he's pretty quick.
Aside from Edwin,
Yeah.
like 2 shorties and a gimp lady.
Suppose I'll cover the escape then.
And she'll be like, well, by the time we're done, hopefully running won't be the only thing you're doing. You'll be able to stand and fight and show them what a good Lumerland soldier can deliver.
Hard crosses his arms and lets out a disgruntled, like, snort under his breath.
And she'll walk over and like stand right in front of you and be like, you've got quite the attitude for one of your stature. How does it all fit in there?
That's what I want to know. In his pants.
He rolls his eyes at her and says, "Why don't you hand me a weapon and you'll find out."
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there, little man. You trust me. And she'll begin rattling off what you'll be doing over the next few days. And it actually starts like a montage.
Training montage.
Yeah, that you experience as like an out-of-body experience. And
Is it like from Rocky 3?
no, it's literally Mulan. Like, there's
to
no
defeat.
yeah. It's scene for scene. I
hate it.
The training montage. From
Copyright. I hate it.
All right, let's all go to YouTube right now and look it up, and we'll all watch.
We shouldn't
it
do that.
together.
Actually, this is a surprise for Hunter. We've all prepared a dancing monologue.
yeah. So everybody
Yeah.
stand up.
All right,
Everyone
let's
has
go.
their own
Everyone,
verse. We're gonna do the chorus together.
Yeah. This
into
is what we
positions,
worked.
everyone.
We worked really hard on this choreography.
So you have to sit through the whole thing. I swear
I'm
to
ready.
God.
Don't listen to the actor. We have no such thing.
And so over the next few days, she works your asses off. You run, and
No, I don't.
Well, you
I can
attempt.
guarantee I don't.
Yeah, she's very encouraging. She's like, I know that the drawback that you rolled at character creation literally mechanically prevents you from running, but you're doing a great job.
Everyone else has footsteps in the mud, and then you see me a little bit further back.
Just like
leaving a
falling
line.
face first.
It's
Yeah.
just, it's just a line.
You're
in the mud
dragging
where I'm
the
dragging
leg.
my foot.
And so yeah, she checks your physical fitness and has you lift barrels and shit and is actually pretty impressed with how most of you fare, because none of you are particularly like out of shape or poorly maintained your physical fitness. And so you actually do reasonably well in this portion of the training, which takes about 5 days of just like testing all of these things and seeing what you're capable of. And so then at the dawn of the 6th day, she comes and gets you,
arrives.
and she says, "Hart, it's time. The day you've been waiting for. You ready to learn how to use a sword?" And she'll kind of wink at you.
Get Hart.
He just snickers and stands up.
And so, actually, let's draw a new arena here.
Your character needs to develop into kind of a groove. You just stand up.
So-
I'm Hart.
The cat.
We are hard.
The cat is literally preventing
Way
me
in the
from
future.
using my mouse.
Have you tried throwing it?
Juggle it.
I would Oh, I think I just left.
You just lost
You
video.
turned the camera.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You just left the whole
Bye.
game.
Here we go.
Way
We're
to
back.
Go, Hunter. Good go.
That
back.
was the game,
Some people,
everybody.
dude.
Thank you for coming.
It's the cat. It's not me.
Thank you,
I
Hunter.
promise.
Thank you, Cody.
Have you
Thank
tried
Topher.
throwing it?
I will never.
Jesus.
Throw
I
the
do need
computer.
to move
See
the
if that
cat
worked.
though. Pardon me, kitty. Come here. Come here.
Just
I know. You were sleeping.
Oh,
No, stop.
Oh.
Come here.
Open Gangnam style?
oops.
Okay.
Oh,
Open
Zweihander
chat.
style.
Oh.
Okay. So
Look,
now we can
my
use the
hand's
mouse. So you're in the courtyard
Very good.
with matcha.
Matcha?
Matcha.
Matcha's delicious.
Well, That's her name.
No, that's Mochi. You're thinking of Mochi.
No, matcha is delicious.
Matcha is a thing.
Ah,
No.
So we're gonna get your guys' tokens.
Yarp.
And then here's
Oh, boy.
matcha. And so
Grab her
she
random female.
Matcha.
Just drag her in here.
so she says to the lot of you, "All right, it's time to learn how to use a sword or some other, whatever weapon of your choice." Why is that? There we go. And she'd be like, "Heart, you've seemed to be raring to go when it comes to proving your worth as a true dwarven sellsword or whatever it is you claim to be before your life of crime." And
Be criminal.
she'll go over to a barrel and she'll pull out a big training stave, and so it's a smooth stick for I can get you.
No, I mean, I was waiting for Jordan because me and
Yeah.
Jordan were.
Trish will
You gotta
acknowledge your fist
Jordan's
and
not
refuse.
All right, well then I jabbed you in the side.
She's still gotta warm up to your elven trash. You're below.
Jesus, you two just need to fucking get the sexual frustrations out of the way. Come on.
I think that's you.
When I was in
and
That's
when I was
you.
in
I think you
everyone
might
else.
be, you
Yeah.
might be projecting a little bit. I
Little
think.
Look. There might be a little projection, but I could see it. You two over there teasing and flirting, and oh no, I won't fist bump you.
Are you jealous?
a little bit.
He'll look over at Hart and just kind of, maybe a little.
Maybe a little.
I can fist bump you if you want.
And so she'll toss you a stave, and be like, "All right,
See, on my
Watch
screen
closely.
you just sandwiched Topher, which
Yeah.
is pretty hot.
And so she'd be like, here's how combat works. And for those of you who are fans of the idea of like Metal Gear Solid being like, press the X button, Snake, to reload your gun, we're gonna do a little bit of that. So
Okay.
she's gonna
Use the boost to speed up.
yeah, exactly.
Do a barrel roll.
Try a somersault.
Hey,
And
my
you're
chair
like-
does it all the way backwards and I lean back in it now.
Oh,
In
boy.
combat,
Oh,
you and
boy.
your opponent will be trading blows, trying to incapacitate one another. During this time, there are a variety of things you can do.
I think I saw Nate's ears perk up when he said
And
trading
so-
blows.
She'd be like, "All right, Hart, come and try and hit me." And she like raises her stave, and she like kind of falls into this very practiced position. And to your, professional fighter eyes, you're like, "Oh, like maybe she knows what she's doing."
And you just kick the shit out of her.
And so you walk up
Ooh,
Ooh.
unfortunate.
and
Wait,
you swing.
martial melee is 10?
He's got a rank in it.
Rank
Yeah.
1, that's 10 points.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
That's the second lowest tier.
yeah, so he's trying to beat
Yeah.
a 64 because it's his combat plus his martial melee of 10. And so you walk up and you swing your stave, and she just kind of easily sidesteps it, and she's like, "Really? I expected a lot more from you." And then she
Ooh.
swings back at you.
Is this a human female?
Yeah.
Oh man, Heart's gonna be pissed.
And she swings at you, and the blow is coming towards you, and you have a chance to parry it.
Or dodge it.
Or
And
You cannot.
As a dwarf,
You cannot
with
dodge.
As a dwarf with the dwarven warfare trait, I immediately parry, automatically succeeding as long as I'm
Yeah.
using both hands on my weapon.
So you do need to roll for it, but you will automatically succeed.
Why is parry
No,
not on?
It's
the
on
list?
the next tab.
On talents.
Talents and trappings.
Yeah.
It's down by your damage threshold, your
Yeah, it's
armor.
defense or whatever. It's kind of odd.
That's so dumb. Oh, that's the wrong one. I rolled for you.
Yeah, so you would have parried anyway, but you automatically succeed parry checks. And so her swing comes in, and you easily deflect it. And she's like, oh, interesting. And so you begin trading blows back and forth.
Giggity.
And she's kind of narrating to the others about like what she's doing. She's like, oh, and you got to search for a weakness, and you can see how he's holding it like this to prevent me from getting a blow in across his head. And so now it's your turn, Heart.
To attack.
Or do whatever you will.
So I do martial melee and I succeed.
Yeah. And she'll be like, she sees it coming, and she rolls her parry. And she succeeds, and so she turns your blow away. And she says, that was pretty close. It seems like you're warming up a little bit. And you trade a few blows, cross your staves, and she makes a move back at you. All right. And so now you roll your parry.
Nice.
Ting, 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 ting. Yeah, nice.
And so you succeed.
Bonk,
And
bonk.
right as the stave is about to crack across your wrist, you turn it aside. And she takes like a little step back and takes stock of your fighting style and everything. And she's like, interesting. So, if you come up against an opponent that you're having difficulty finding a way or a hole through their defenses,
Throw sand in their eyes. Ha!
Pocket sand.
you should try
It's like-
something like this. And so she rolls a called shot, which is an attack that takes 2 AP, but it prevents the opponent from parrying or dodging it. And so you can make a called shot with a melee or ranged weapon. And so she rolls, and she succeeds. And so she steps forward, and you can tell she's really focusing, and she trades maybe 1 or 2 blows with you, and then she swings the stave around and cracks you right in the calf with it. And she says, if you take just a little bit more time, you can sneak past the defenses of an opponent. And that's called a called shot. It takes
Called shot.
It takes 2 AP instead of just 1.
That's obviously what she says.
Yeah. In the case of wanting to, let's say Hart here wants to get away from me. We've engaged in combat, and it's time for him to get out of there. He's gonna try and, if he just turns around and runs, I can whack him right in the back of the head. And if this were a real sword, obviously that would sort of be the end of Hart. But as long as I'm pressing him like this, and she'll again engage with you with the staves, trying to hit you or whatever. If Hart makes a concerted effort to disengage from combat, he can do so without taking a sword to the back of the head. And so then she instructs you to take the maneuver action, which takes 2 AP, and it removes you from engagement without provoking an attack of opportunity. But it only
do a barrel roll.
It only moves you 1 yard. And so then generally you would use your last AP to hustle out. And so hustle is the 1 AP movement that lets you move your speed, which is on your character sheet and is influenced by your agility bonus. And so she'll continue talking, and she'll say, all right, enough of this. You two. And she points to, Trish and Celine.
That's my name right there.
Yeah, it's right there. Come on, you.
I know. I was trying to remember it without reading it to be a good DM. And so Matcha takes a step towards you, and she tosses her stave to Trish, and she's like, Hart, give them a chance.
Roll to catch.
Yeah, you can catch it. It's pretty trivial. He's like, let's see what the others can do.
My reflexes might not be that good. Who am I
Might
fighting?
not.
So Celine and Trish take the center of the courtyard.
Celine's like, yeah, I don't know about this. This isn't really my type of thing. I don't do this.
And
I have better skills than this crap.
and Macho will be like, "Oh, everybody picks it up after a while. So, give it a shot."
I'd really rather not.
And be
Well,
like,
then this is gonna be really easy for Trish, I
it's like,
suppose.
"All right, Trish. Let's let you make the first move."
Alright, so I just have my weapons. What do I just roll combat?
You would roll simple melee on your skills
Under combat.
under combat.
Skills,
Yeah.
martial, simple, melee. Hiya!
Oh, jeez.
That's a hit.
Oh, definitely.
Alright, she will try and parry. Flinching as the swing comes at her and missing.
And so you kind of you step forward and just whack the gnome with your stick.
Ow! What the
Wait, Nathan, you didn't roll parry. You rolled melee.
Yeah, so
That
that's
is
what
parry.
you.
No,
It's-
parry's on the second tab.
But it rolls the same
It's
thing.
the same.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
okay.
same
I don't
unless
any
you have a
skills to
modifier.
affect it.
Technically, how close were you?
By
Technically,
away.
the pilgrim stave is a defensive weapon, adding +10 to your parry modifier.
But these are not
so
pilgrim
if
staves.
you wanted, all staves are that way.
These are non-pilgrim staves.
Staff weapons that look like staff weapons. Just clarifying.
Yeah. So if we were looking at the qualities of the weapon, it would provide you a bonus to parrying, and so you would want to use parry instead of just simple melee, because it would automatically collate that bonus from the weapon
Well,
quality.
I mean, because you can't really put that in, I don't think. You'd have to ask for the modifier, and then you would do it.
You should be
Yeah,
able to
you
put
have
it
to
in.
Modifier yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might have to do it manually.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. Now it's your turn, Celine.
She's just like, you bitch, I'm gonna get you for that. And
And Macho's
thrust
like,
it.
hell yeah.
She will thrust it at him like it's a spear. Did it go through?
At him.
It did not go through.
Trish is a
Why is it not going
beautiful.
Is there
You
a
hit
is the okay
Simple
button?
melee, and then you have to hit 0 for the modifier when it pops up.
through? Oh yeah, it's because it's popping up on a different screen is why.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Whack 'em real good.
All right, so with the last AP that you saved over, Jordan, you are able to parry this. And so for a melee attack, you have to parry. For a ranged attack, you have to dodge. Unless you have a
Okay.
shield in which you can parry ranged attacks.
It's on the right side of the talents and trappings tab
Yeah.
in your character sheet.
Oh, okay. I gotta
Either dodge or
change
parry
over.
under defenses.
Boop, ba-doop, boop, 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 boop. Beboop.
You did it.
Hey, you did it. So you turn Celine's staff to the side, and the flurries continue. And so
Just gonna growl
Nice
with
try.
frustration.
yeah, so we haven't yet really like engaged the full like AP system, but basically at the start of your turn, Jordan, since Celine just went, you would gain 3 AP, and you could spend those 3 AP either during your turn, all of them, or you can save some for
So you can
other
parry your
people's
dodge.
turns so you can parry your dodge. If you don't have AP, you cannot parry your dodge. And so there's the idea of
You ever get more than 3 AP?
there are instances like if you spend a fortune point, you can get to 4 AP at the start of your turn. If you are under the influence of like the haste spell, you can gain 4 AP. There are also class abilities and talents that allow you to do things for 0 AP, so then you would effectively have 4 AP. And so that AP economy is going to be very important when you get into
Right.
actual like deadly combat.
Yeah, you know. What's the classic? Stonks.
Yeah,
Stonks.
the economy.
AP stonks.
And so there are
Slide economy.
Matcha is standing on the sidelines, and she's like, Trish, throw a handful of dirt in her eyes
Like, why would I do that?
so you can get the advantage.
But I'm winning.
Don't you want to win faster?
Don't help her. That's not fair.
And she'll look at you and she'll be like, Celine, throw a handful of dirt in her eyes.
Just look at you
It
like,
just
where?
turns into like a water fight, but with dirt clods. Splash, splash, splash.
And
Oh,
so
it's
it,
their turn to act anyways.
the tooltip at the bottom of your screen says you can roll a guile check to use the dirty tricks perilous stunt. If you succeed with your guile check, your opponent has to resist or else they're blinded. And so this is effectively a feint. And so if you have a high guile skill,
As a rogue might.
yeah, you can use an AP to significantly disadvantage a target, and then your companions can wail on them on their turns because they don't become unblinded until the beginning of their next turn.
Oh, shit.
And there's a variety of other perilous stunts. There's the chokehold, the disarm, the knockout,
Celine's favorite.
the splinter shield, the stunning blow, the takedown. And these all have
Aline's favorite.
a stunning blow. That's pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
And so these are all, again, listed on page 243 of the player's handbook. And you can see all of the very interesting tactics that you can use. Because it
It's a
doesn't...
really great page.
Yeah.
I wish every tabletop that had this many actions had a page.
Yeah, just like a chart like this.
It would be super nice.
And
So Trish will make... Oh.
I was just going to say, it'll really help combat not just be, oh, I walk up and I attack. And I walk up and I attack. Because then... Because your enemies... Your enemies are going to have all kinds of nasty special abilities that they're going to be able to use against you. And so knowing what you are capable of will allow you to die less.
What page did you say it's on?
243.
42.
Or 242. Yeah, I think it's 43, actually.
Okay. I'll have that pulled up.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, like, kind of Trish, in response to the whole throw dirt out in her eyes, I'd be like, well, maybe if I was fighting that mean old dwarf. But, you know, this little goblin lady hasn't done anything against me.
God.
Hard takes
Goblin.
Hard raises his sword and takes one step at her with an intimidating look in his eye.
I think she called Celine a goblin.
Yeah.
Yeah, called him the dwarf that he wanted to fight, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said maybe if I was fighting that mean old dwarf, I'd throw dirt in his eyes. But, you know,
This goblin.
this goblin lady.
These fucking inner city people, man. Just like...
Do you say something about being a goblin or not a goblin, Nate?
Yeah, she's like, Goblin, fuck you, you bitch.
And
And Trish will just be like honestly confused, like what?
it's like, are you
You're
a
not
goblin?
I'm trying to respect your
Yeah.
heritage or something?
Right.
God.
God damn.
Is
That's-
Jordan doing anything? Because if he's not, I'm
Trash
totally
me.
gonna do anything.
So I was gonna say, you guys can continue to beat on each other if you'd like to, or we can
there's one thing she's gonna do, and if,
Yeah.
like I said, he's just gonna sit there and taunt her. Basically, Celine's gonna throw her staff up at her face, like not even trying to like do any damage, just throw it up at her, distract her, and she's gonna rush in for a takedown.
All right, do it. Roll me your takedown is coordination test or
coordination.
athletics. Yeah, or athletics.
It's athletics if it's at the end of a charge.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So I'm probably gonna fail this, but yeah.
So you
Wow, that was unpredictable.
yeah, so she like throws the staff in your face and you're like, what the fuck? And then she hugs you around the waist and you're like, What are you doing?
Aww.
I'm gonna
Oh,
bite
you
her.
love being called a goblin.
And Match is
She
like,
likes.
Matcher from the sidelines, like, bash her on the head.
Trish will pat her on the
I'm going to bite her and latch on. And this isn't some wannabe bite, like she's out for blood. She's trying to tear off that skin.
Ah, you little fucking
Yeah,
goblin.
so what? So, what do you roll for bite?
It's simple melee.
Simple melee.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll fail.
You do have 1 AP
Yep.
left. So you fail to find purchase in her loose
You start trying to bite, and she like pushes
leisure
like,
clothes.
get up,
So
get
what
away
the
from
fuck
me."
are you doing?
Jesus, get
This
this
is why
thing
no
away
one
from
likes
me.
goblins.
This is why no one likes goblins.
God.
Jesus. Oh, God.
And so the combat portion of your training commences with this shit show, and she drills you day in and day out with the staves, with
Ooh.
you just drilling you all the time.
My favorite.
This isn't as bad as I thought it
Colleen's
would be.
favorite.
Yeah,
Celine complains a lot and gets angry a lot.
that's fair. Because it sucks for you. It's honestly like this is where Hart really shines because he like actually knows what he's doing, and
Trish will be a
Matcha-
little happy with herself. Be like, hey, I'm not actually bad at this. For
Yeah,
never really
and
doing it
everybody
before."
sort of in comparison to Celine is like, oh, this isn't bad.
Right.
And Edwin shows surprising prowess with melee combat. Not quite on the level of Hart, but in terms of like ability, Hart would be like number 1, and then Edwin, and then the rest of you kind of like trailing in
Sure.
in the middle.
But Nate definitely at last.
Oh yeah, easily. And
He does okay at crossbow training.
yeah,
Ranged, yeah, she is better. Do I have a rank in that? No, I don't have anything in ranged yet.
yeah. So then you're after a few days of melee training, you transition to non-gunpowder range training, and you do bows and crossbows and that kind of stuff. And Matcha has a very sarcastic, kind of lighthearted for someone who's effectively a drill sergeant like personality, and does try to like encourage Celine when everything is super shitty for her.
Celine
And
does
then
not appreciate it.
yeah, and then one day, instead of Matcha coming to get you, it is a runner.
Wait, when it
Okay,
it
Which
comes
is where we should
to
hold so I can go pee because I really gotta go.
yeah. So go ahead and say your thing, Jordan.
when it comes to the crossbow training, do we like realize that that's the meta and that we all just need to have a bunch of light
Yeah.
crossbows?
Dual wielding
yeah.
light crossbows.
Yep. Why aren't we all just using light crossbows?
You're like, oh, this has the
Other
punishing quality. Well, shit, I should only use this.
I should only use this. I should have like 20 of them in
Yeah.
a bag and just throw them
Just
away.
a
Warhammer sucks.
bandolier of crossbows.
Why is this Warhammer so bad?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just need a great sword. Give me
Yep.
a two-handed sword and I'm good.
So we'll wait for Nate to come back.
I don't think they're
Nice
gonna
going.
give us anything worth gold.
No, that's my racial traits benefit me with a two-handed sword.
Yeah, well, when you say two-handed, does it need to be properly two-handed, or can it be adaptable?
Anything that he's wielding in two hands.
Longsword.
Yeah, anything
Okay,
I wield
so-
with two hands.
So I find a weapon with adaptability. That's going to be much more viable. They're not going to give you big swords and pikes probably because they're expensive and we are trash.
Well, I had a pike and a fire-hardened spear in my personal belongings.
What do you guys think of this face?
I don't like it.
That's pretty hot.
Yeah.
To each their own. But yeah, so
Because I am a
will
sellsword.
you will get a chance to get equipment here in a little bit.
Likely story.
A likely story.
He's just leading us on. He's being a tease.
We're actually here
I'm joking.
to be.
Yeah.
We're actually here to all four of us be the new girls in the latest brothel that they're building,
I don't think so. I could be wrong
Hard-
though.
Hard
In-
as
I'll have to.
including Hart.
I'll have to
Bullets.
check my
Including
notes.
heart. Jesus.
I have to check my notes.
It's
he
like-
said.
Oh,
including
shit.
Hart.
It does
Shit, you're
say.
right.
It says right here that we're building a brothel. So you're right.
That's my bad, guys. Let
Yeah.
me fix that.
I was mistaken. Yeah. So a runner from Macias arrives and says that he wants to meet with you guys in
They
roughly
sure look ugly.
an hour.
Macias wants to meet with us?
Yeah, Captain Macias.
He's a case. He's a
Do we have
case.
time for me to go get some lunch,
Let's go see that bad boy.
some breakfast?
Yeah, so you guys can like get food or whatever from the
All right. I want to go talk to Dorn.
the cantina. You can't
Ooh.
just flex your previous knowledge of the campaign.
Jesus.
Sorry. No.
I don't even know who Dorn is.
Yeah, you will meet Dorn in a little bit. So yeah, unless obviously if you guys have anything you want to do, you will meet with Macias in his office on the 3rd story of the keep.
Only thing she's gonna do is try and make herself look more presentable, try and brush out or like make her scruffy hair look nicer, and probably makes it worse. And it's like, there we go, that looks better.
Gotta push up the
And
bust.
Trish would be like, "Oh, it's cute how hard you try."
I'm going to fucking stab you in your sleep.
It's friendly
And
banter.
she just locks eyes with you and just stares.
Hart displays a.
Like, why are you so mean?
He displays a surprising level of respect, and goes and dresses all out in the uniform.
There you go. That's brownie points.
Oh shit, Selene will follow suit if she sees us like, shit, he's got the right idea. Gotta make
Well,
the
if other
captain
people are
happy.
doing it, then I suppose I would
Peer
too.
pressure.
I'm not gonna be the one to stick out.
No,
Yep.
there's reasons. It's not because peer pressure, it's because he's got the right idea. I'm trying to impress the captain.
He also catches Celine staring at him while he changes.
Oh, she'll
And-
definitely stare too.
Ooh.
Just
Not
trying to get
hiding
an
it.
eye on his crotch.
There's no stealth checks happening here.
Getting
So does the
scrutinized.
uniform have any armor or anything? It's just
No, it's literally the cloth that you wear
Yeah.
under
we are
armor.
not deserving of armor like that.
Armor
Alright,
would go
so-
over the uniform.
Yeah.
It's like an under.
Trish is
armor.
just gonna stay in the fatigues, and then I guess if everyone's bringing their sash, she'll bring the sash.
Yeah, so I mean, so if you're wearing your sash, you can wear it however you want to.
As we're walking out, Hart notices that Trish is the only one not wearing the uniform and rolls his eyes at her visibly.
And Trish will wear the sash over her neck, and then across her boobs like this, and then across her, it's like a bikini kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
thing.
Jesus.
That's
He
nice.
he kind of huffs under his breath as he walks out the door.
And yeah, so you meet with Macias in his 3rd story office in the keep, and he looks kind of like, he doesn't look disheveled, but he doesn't look as collected as he did when you first met him a few weeks ago, when you first got to Fort Bodeswell. And he'll acknowledge the 4 of you, or the 5 of you, as you enter, kind of with like a little like nod or whatever. And he's like going through some papers and he's writing some stuff down, and then he sits down behind his desk and she says, "Please sit," and he motions to the 5 chairs that are kind of semicircle around his desk. And then he launches into this semi-prepared sounding speech of, now's the time to cut your training short. I hope your time with Macho was enlightening, and that any skills that you possessed before you fell to a life of crime can serve you well, because there's a matter that we need attending to urgently. And so, here's what happened. Our Luftballon, our airship that we've been issued as part of our contingent here at Fort Bodeswell, went down last night. The pilot made it back heavily injured on her own, and we don't know where the first mate is. The pilot reports that the airship went down relatively close to the fort, but it is on the other side of the border in Voshake-Tadberg territory. All of our outriders are currently dispatched. We are currently below the necessary contingent that needs to be stationed here at all times to ensure the border security. And so the Sash bearers have been tapped to accomplish this mission.
Ooh,
all we need you to do is locate the crash site of the airship. Once you find it and you mark it on the map that we'll give you, clear any animals or any threats. The pilot can fill you in on the details of the crash, and then report back to Fort Bodeswell with the information, and we can send a full recovery team to try and salvage what we can of this incredibly important asset for the military effectiveness of the fort. So are there any questions? I'll be sending you around to a variety of people to provide you with the necessary materials to complete this mission. And he'll look around and kind of like dig under. Like, here's a map of the local area around the fort. It's very old, but should still be accurate in terms of large land masses. Take this to the pilot. Topher's got the fucking map. Take this to the pilot, and she can indicate to you where you need to go, roughly. She seems to remember some of what happened.
Excuse me. Parts of this map appear to be wet. I can't tell where we're going.
Yeah, you'll be swimming.
Oh, okay.
That's how they mark oceans on the map.
Topher.
They just
Oh.
put
They just
water on
put water on it. Like,
Good.
there's
Perfect.
wet here.
Perfect.
There's what here?
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's magic,
so we
so
don't
it's always
know
wet.
whereabouts, like north of here, or
So, it's north. I do need to post the actual.
What's this? What's this one spot? Death Mountain. What's that all about?
That's the
That's where we go.
that's the happy place.
They just name it that. It's
Yeah,
not accurate.
it's really
It's
like
it's a rough translation.
it's a
from
misnomer,
Gnomish.
yeah.
Everything there's like 50 words that translate into death from Gnomish, but there's like
Gotcha.
happy death and sad death.
yeah. It's
Was
like
a
it's like
Cockery
snow.
forest on that map too, Topher?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah. Oh, I remember the forests of Cockery.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And-
Kakariko.
Yeah. So the pilot remembers some of what happened to cause
There's a
the
Lake
crash.
Hyman here too.
Oh no!
like Hyman?
Jesus
Lake
Christ.
Hyman.
What kind of map
Yeah.
is that?
No, it's the you're reading it wrong. The dam. It's a dam. The dam is Hyman.
That's bad.
That's
I don't know if I like that. And yeah, so
Who makes these maps?
you
Who
will
makes these maps?
unless you guys have any questions or whatever, he will dismiss you. To
Celine has a question.
what?
I don't,
Are you ever gonna invite me over?
And he'll look
5
at you.
days, and I haven't heard a messenger for tea once.
And you can tell there's like this sort of barely controlled like annoyance, and he kind of looks at you and he like gets down on your level a little bit, and he's like, if you can provide the assistance that the fort needs on this mission, I will consider inviting you to the keep at a future date.
She'll lean forward real close and be like, "You got yourself a fucking deal. Let's go." And then she'll turn and walk out.
I thought you were gonna kiss him.
Just filled with
He's down on your level, you leaned in, just take.
just go for it.
Take what I want.
Yep.
Ah!
And so then
just fill
he'll
Celine with determination.
quickly write on a parchment.
Celine Herzog, the determined.
He'll hand to one of you this parchment that says, "Well, here's the writ of release, and I've listed the individuals that you need to see to receive the necessary materials for completing this mission."
This map is legit, by the way. It's made on actual parchment. This is not paper.
That's
Nice.
cool. I don't know if I've
Human
ever
skin.
felt actual parchment.
It feels weird. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Only the Declaration of Independence is the only one I felt.
wait,
Wait,
Yeah.
when you stole it?
Yeah.
wait,
me
are
and
you
Nick
Nicholas
good
Cage?
friends.
How to see the
Wow.
resemblance?
And so it
I'm
lists
Nicolas
on
Cage.
there, you need to see the cook for rations. You need to see the quartermaster for equipment. You need to see the pilot to receive the information that she has about the crash. And there's a note on there that's kind of well, I don't know. It's not really. It's actually not designated in any special way, but it says you need to see the fort magician as well before you go on your way on the mission. And yeah, so the list has Dorn Popper, who's the cook, who provides the rations. The list has Phineas Rotmeyer, who is the magician of the fort, who you need to see. The list has Rosette Dupree, who is the pilot of the crashed airship. And
What
then...
was that name?
What?
Rosette Dupree?
Yeah, Rosette.
Rosette.
And last
Okay.
name Dupree. Tupree.
Not like Dupree.
Yeah.
Dupree.
Dupree.
Okay.
Dupree. No cat.
Do might mean double for two, but this is also two.
Yeah.
But it's different.
Yeah.
It's also
Different,
but
too.
different.
Socrates.
And then finally it lists Sella Shell, who is the quartermaster.
Celestial. Does she
Down
sell
by the
us a
seashore.
shell?
Sella
Yeah.
Shell by the seashore.
Yeah.
It's actually it's written Cella and then
Shell sells shells.
Schell. Sella Shell.
Yeah, that's correct.
Down by the seashore.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Sella shell sells shells down by the seashore.
Neato.
And so as you are
right.
leaving the office, he will say, please accomplish this with the utmost haste. Repairing airships is no small matter, and so the sooner we can get started on recovering our important military asset, the sooner we can be at full strength again.
Aye, aye, Captain.
And we all just
Yeah, let's
stand
go.
there
Why are we
nodding.
waiting? Let's go.
15 seconds.
That
Celine's
makes
already leaving.
sense.
All right.
Celine's
Let's-
ready. She's motivated.
I'll go talk to Dorn.
Yeah, so I assume you guys kind of move as a unit.
Hell no. Celine, you go to the mage. I'll go to Dorn.
Yeah, no
and
shit. Fuck you guys. And she just leaves.
You
Wait,
can
I
go
want to
get
go
those
talk to
weapons.
a mage.
Okay,
I'll
so-
go
so
get my own
talk to
weapons.
the
You don't know
mage.
what I want.
We got time is of the utmost essence.
I don't give a shit. You don't know what I want. I don't know what they got. I need to look.
I'll go with Celine to make sure she, behaves herself around the mage.
What,
Okay.
You need magical ingredients too?
Maybe.
Get me a
mine,
tuning
fuck you.
fork.
Get your own.
Get me the bones of a saint.
yeah.
Get your own.
So
I think Saint Bones in here?
So Cody goes to Dorn, and
Yeah.
Dorn is
It's the sandy place.
it's just like a literal country
Yeah.
in the fort.
Right. We just decided that we really liked this, so we just took it.
Yeah,
This is ours now.
What if we take all of Dorn and we move it over here?
Yeah. So sorry, George.
Yeah,
You know, finders keepers, losers suck.
yeah, we've adopted your country.
Yes.
But he looks like the food critic from Ratatouille, if you've seen that movie.
Oh,
So-
the food critic.
Yeah, so he's
they're really
like,
tall.
yeah, he's like tall and gaunt and kind of like skeletal in his appearance. And he's like, you can immediately tell when you walk in that he's like kind of an asshole, because he's like ordering his subordinates around, and they're like wrapping things and getting food ready. Yeah, and he's got like that perpetual frown. God damn it, cat! Really? Okay, we're just gonna move everything out of the way. And so
There's
he's
no out of the way for the cat.
I
They
know,
will
right?
Find a way.
The cat is the way.
The cat is.
Do
the
you
way.
know the way?
And so he will
Pick up the
basically
cat,
ignore
it's the way.
you as he's walking around the cantina / kitchen, preparing things and wrapping rations and stuff like that.
I will wait politely for a few moments.
Okay. And you see him like see you, and then he sees the paper in your hand, and then he just like completely continues to ignore you.
All right. So when that happens, I'm gonna say, Dorn orders by the captain to provide us provisions for the mission that we are about to head out on. It is a brief notice, and we need to be out on the road today.
And he like stops what he's doing with his back turned towards you, and you can almost like see the consideration of what he should do. And he like turns robotically to the shelf, and he grabs 4 wrapped like ration packs, and he brings them over and like sets them roughly on the counter, and he gives them like a little sarcastic pat on the top, and then he goes and like continues doing what he was doing.
And I'll just take them and say, "Have a lovely day."
And he makes no indication that he
Yeah.
that
As
he
I
heard
walk by one of the other cooks, I'm just gonna lean in and whisper, "I am so sorry."
you. And they'll stop and look at you and be like, "I can't be caught talking to you."
I'm the criminal, and to think I've got the better job.
Yeah, and so the kitchen continues to bustle. And so Celine goes to Phineas, the magician.
Oh yeah.
And so he has his own little building that's been built into the wall. And it looks like it's kind of like part of a repurposed barracks, where the building's been like divided into sections for other like specialties. And you open the door, and it's very much like a what you would expect from like an alchemist shop or like a curio magic vendor. There's like stuff hanging from the ceilings, and there's like
touching.
there's a cauldron boiling in the middle of the room.
Smell that.
There's like benches with all kinds of weird like archaic tools, and there's a giant bookshelf that's like literally overflowing with books. And he's piddling around in there, like moving things around, and just goes to rearrange a book, and then gets distracted from that and starts polishing the edge of the pod. And then he like notices you, and he's like, "Oh, who are you?"
I'm Celine, as she goes over and like fiddles with something, like looking at everything.
He's like, "Oh no, don't touch that! Please don't touch that! Why are you here? Why are you in my building?"
My character would be like, and I'm Trish. Nice to meet you. You're all seductive.
Shut up! You don't talk. This is my job. This
And-
is my turn.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You
And
wait your turn.
he's fairly young. He doesn't really look like a a wizard. He has a small mustache, dark hair. He's like maybe 30.
Is he somewhat attractive?
He is vaguely attractive, yet.
That's enough.
See, I knew that. That's why I was being flirty right
Yeah.
away.
Sure. Celine
And-
is distracted by all the toys.
Yep. And he's like kind of like following you around and like, please, like, just like, why are you here? Like, I'm in the middle of doing a bunch of things.
I'm here for stuff. We're going on a mission. As she goes around, as she like smell the pot and kind of like try and lean into it and get a taste.
And he like pushes your head back from the cauldron, and then he like you see the mental gears click, and then he notices the sash that you're wearing, and he's like, a mission. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, you're that Celine.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Celine,
you're
know,
probably
one
here
time
for
I feel
this. And he goes
my
and he like
fingers.
digs through his bookshelf, and he pulls out your like spell book grimoire that was taken
Fuck
from
yes,
you.
I miss this so much. Gimme.
And I'll
She's
let
like jumping like a kid. Gimme.
I'll let you describe what it looks like, because I don't know.
Oh, it's very ragtag and somehow managed to keep the binding stitched together and held together in leather with different types, probably from animals. And if you look closer, you might think there might be a bit of human skin or something on there, and like pages just full of stuff,
Like skin
stuff
with the hair
rustling out,
still
like,
on it.
dried like herbs and stuff. Some of it's like some notes and like probably some trash here and there that she forgot to get rid of.
And he'll
So.
kind of gingerly like hand it over to you. He's like,
Yes, I miss this.
you'll probably be needing this over across the border.
Hell yeah.
There's one other individual with you, and he like digs through. And when Cody gets
I
back,
think it's great.
I'll have him describe his prayer book.
Yeah, I was gonna say I meander.
Oh, you're-
partway through the conversation.
You're busy getting rations. This is my turn.
And so he'll grab Cody's prayer book off the shelf as well. He'll say, "This was also brought to me when you guys reached the fort."
Yeah, I
and-
believe that's hers, and she'll point to Trish. Not that I care, but you know.
Yeah,
What is it?
it's it's the.
It's
Oh, it's-
your book.
Yeah.
Your.
Oh yeah.
And so
you're gonna get my book.
he'll like go to hand it to Trish, like, here you go.
She'll just like look at it like, what? She's just like
You
set
said
it
you did
down.
magic stuff, right?
and then
I
he'll
just want
be
to come along with you.
You're
he'll
dumb.
he'll look at the two of you, and if
Yeah, whenever I.
if
return
Lillian
my
like
return-
walked in or whatever, yeah, he'll be like, he'll kind of like look confused, but then he'll say, I can provide you with a very meager amount of magical reagents from what I have sitting around here, but since we've just got set up in this fort not too long ago, and supplies are already stretched thin across the entirety of the border, I can't. There's not a ton I can do, but I am authorized to help you with whatever reagents you might need within
Oh,
reason.
I mean, the splinter of a wooden shield is gonna be easy. So one of those, I need a silver tuning fork.
yeah, and so
and
he
I need
immediately
silver
like
card.
he begins like digging through all of his vials, and he like starts
And
stacking
the
things up
blindfold
on
is easy. So
stacking
Yeah.
things up on the counter for you. And so,
After you have almost all of your reagents, I'll enter in and be like, I assume that you managed to get that tuning fork for me.
what? No, get your own. Fuck off.
and he'll look at the two of you, and he'll be like, I only have one tuning fork.
And she'll rush up and grab it. This is mine. And she'll put it in her pocket.
Fair enough. Do you have my prayer book at the least?
And he'll look at
And
Trish.
Trish will be like, is that what that is? It's like, set it, discarded it over there on the side. She'll
Yeah.
pick it up and hand it to you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Jesus.
It-
Um,
you know,
And
it's
he'll
nothing
kind of
special,
like,
it's just a book of the demiurge.
yeah, he'll look between the three of you and kind of like shrug and be like, okay, so what do you need? Is there anything that you need to take into the field with you?
Talking to me.
No, not you.
Oh.
He's talking to Celine, or he's talking to Lillian, who picked up the prayer book.
I don't suppose you have the bones of saints.
And he'll be like, give me 1 second. And he'll open a hatch in the floor that you previously didn't see, and he disappears down what are extremely steep stairs, because he literally like almost vertically goes down into the floor. And you hear him rummaging around. He's like, I swore.
Try and poke my head and look down there.
Yeah, and it's like this big kind of like storage cellar, and there's casks, like barrels that would store alcohol, but all of the stoppers have been knocked out, and so they're just sitting empty. And he's got like stacks of boxes and stuff that he's sort of haphazardly moved in there. And the whole place is just like a mess, like the upper area of the building and the lower storage area. And he's like, I swear when we were on that campaign over, no, here, let me see. He's like, aha!
And he dude's bones, and he forgot.
And he pulls up a stoppered glass bottle that has like the like tiny little middle finger bone that's pretty like browned and grayed. And he's like, I'm pretty sure that this is what you're looking for. And he hands it to you.
You just please don't do his bone.
Perfect. Well, if it doesn't work, then we probably won't come back. So
And he's like, that's magic for you.
You think?
He's like, I 50% sure that that's a saint's bone.
that was a lower percent than I even thought you would present to me. I thought that if something was a 50% chance, you wouldn't even give it to me. So I guess well, thanks.
I feel like that's our whole percentage of chances of getting out of this anyway. So
yeah, and so he's like, well, if it works, definitely bring it back and let me know. I need to. He looks around, reorganize a little bit. And
If you need any assistance, I'm sure Celine here would be happy to help.
Or me. Hi, I'm Trish.
This is my
She
zone.
looks
not
up
even a
from some
magician.
boiling water. Huh? Yeah. What's going on?
Confusedly shakes Trisha's hand, and he like looks at Celine, and you can tell he's like socially overloaded now because he's used to being secluded in his own little building.
Sorry,
doing magician
we're the
stuff.
Mean Girls.
We're the mean girls.
If we need to learn any spells in the future, are you a good resource for that, or mostly just for the reagents to cast them?
He'll be like, I can definitely provide assistance. I have my own tome that I maintain, and every so often I will take the time. He'll like side eye look at you, kind of weird. It's like I take the time occasionally to learn new arcana and invest in expanding my repertoire, but with everything going on, I haven't exactly had a ton of time to sit down and commit to that in the recent past. But if you find anything interesting across the border, I know with the whole calamity and everything, the winds of magic and the veil between the abyss and our world is certainly, things have changed. And so
Yeah, we have a prettier night sky.
You could say that.
Well, you don't like the giant glowing green light in the distance? Not very easy you into sleep?
It's a little upsetting, to say the least. But we have been asked to detail any mutants that are encountered across the border, or anything supernatural, or
we've got a mutant right here for you. Isn't that right, Trish? Trish, look, we got a talking goblin right here.
That's true.
I will fucking kill both of you. Then she'll look up at like Phineas and be like, you could expand my repertoire, and hold the book out.
He's
Is
like,
that a euphemism?
No, magic.
and he'll
So
be like,
the one thing she's more horny for.
it's like, didn't someone say something about the time sensitiveness about the mission that you've been given?
When I get back.
Yeah, we've got everything we need. Thank you, Phineas. We appreciate it.
What about me?
Trish will kind of linger.
Now we're all gonna go get weapons, and we'll meet Topher after Topher.
Was Hart
gets-
like silently standing in the back of the office? Just
Where's
like,
my magic?
what about me?
My
I want the bone of a saint.
I want a magic sword
Yeah.
for decapitating.
But yeah. So then the next stop would be
Quick question: how many silver darts do I get?
3.
Of course. That.
Can I get 3 silver darts?
Do you have magic missile?
No, but he doesn't know that.
You cannot get
Looks
3
at your
silver
book, you
darts.
can.
Can I make a deception check?
Because it would be like
That's all 3
that's
they have.
all the 3 that he had right now.
Okay, just checking.
Because I'm assuming they've got plenty of like blindfolds and splinter of wooden shield, right?
Oh
not a
yeah,
problem.
all of that
Yeah.
was he was just like
Splinter of wood and
How does the
blindfold.
spell know the difference between the splinter of a wooden shield and the splinter of a door frame?
well now we're gonna be like diving into the
The moral philosophy.
yeah
of
the
magic.
syntax
What
syntax
makes
of
a
magic.
Yeah.
shield?
Oh,
Well,
shit,
if I
forgot-
take the door
I
off
forgot
its
the
hinges,
semicolon at the end of this spell.
Yep.
Turn
Well, 'cause
yourself into a frog.
I think haste.
Wouldn't a door off its hinges used as a shield be the same
Mm.
thing?
Well,
Exactly.
and it
See,
depends.
That's not what I was
Problem.
getting at.
Yeah, it depends on like what metaphysical qualities you like bestow upon the door when you use it in such a way. Because there's like
Is it how people feel about the thing? Is that the important bit?
I don't know, man.
Like the perception of the thing? Like maybe it's cuz like this is a bone of a saint or a revered priest.
Yeah.
How many people need to revere them? Could it just be one person that really
yeah.
looked up to them?
Well, for haste, it's the boot of a weary traveler, like worn on your left foot or whatever. And it's like, okay, well,
Look, guys, the winds of magic, they just know. They just know.
Exactly.
After one day of walking, I'm like, man, I'm feeling kind of weary. You go to cast
the boot starts
doesn't work.
glowing. Oh,
Not weary enough. You need
Yeah.
to be more weary. You walk another 2 blocks, and now you can
You're
cast.
not
like-
worry enough.
shit! My magic didn't compile.
Well, obviously, what it is just wooden
Stack
splinter or
overflow.
bone or boot, but like, there's like this weird superstition with
Yeah.
magic,
Yeah,
and it's kind of like the orc mentality, right?
yeah, the belief,
Where-
right?
the belief.
But yeah, so there we go.
All right.
Next
Yeah,
stop.
we all head to the armory now.
Yeah. So the last 2 stops are sell a shell in.
No, I'm just
the
saying, Hart's
quartermaster.
been there the whole time at the armory. What's he been doing? Just fucking.
Oh, did you go to the armory?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went there first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so then, fuck the rest
I'm
of you
there.
guys. Hart goes into the armory and he sees the quartermaster sell a shell, and she is a very tall,
What
blonde.
do you do? How do you feel when you see her sell a shell?
Yeah, she's a human woman. She's tall, blonde. She kind of looks like a Valkyrie.
Is she hotter than Trish? I gotta fight her.
I don't know. You'd have to roll for it, probably.
have to roll for
That
it.
sounds like something a mean girl would do.
Yeah.
Hot off.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're the mean girls.
I like how Topher is like reading his backstory. He's like, I don't know. How do I feel about it?
How do I feel about this lady selling her shell?
So it's not what it is. It's her name.
So I obviously walk in, and I assume that she notices me, or is she too busy doing something else?
She does. She's just kind of chilling, like polishing a big ass sword or something.
And despite the name clearly being feminine, Hart walks straight up to the male assistant to ask him for the.
She is
I'm
the
here
only
to
one in there.
obtain- I'm here to obtain arms for my mission.
And she'll look at you and be like, who authorized this?
We're going to be sent out by the captain. My name is Hart, and I'm here to obtain weapons and armor.
Well, Hart, I'm Sella, and I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I can't release any weapons to your type of soldier without written authorization.
Did he not provide us some sort of written
I
authorization?
used it
Cody
to
has
get the
it.
provisions. And so as soon as I get there, I will show up with it.
I'm waiting for the rest of my party to arrive. They'll have the written permission.
And she'll nod her head and be like, well, I can wait here with you. And then the rest of the group comes in.
You guys play patty cake for
Yep.
while we were fucking around in the
I
magic shop.
actually prefer Cat's Cradle, so I take a string out of my pocket and play
Yeah.
with her.
That's
And
normal.
the cat's in the cradle in the silver tuning
Is
fork.
this another human female? Why am I the only human female you have a problem with?
Is she human?
Yeah, she's human.
Okay, they all are here, right? All
Yeah.
the-
Yeah,
the normal
pretty much.
army
You've
I mean, I'm trying to get a weapon here. I can't really be picky.
Oh yeah, he's got to play nice. All right, I show up.
Yeah, so
But I'm
the,
the only whore.
the rest of the
Yeah.
group shows up with ration packs and their magical shit, and
Yeah.
Lillian has the
Got it.
writ of release and hands it to Sella. She looks it over and she's like, okay, yeah, this is in order. She says, well, you guys will have to follow me. We're only authorized right now to release our less than perfect equipment to Sash bearers.
Your shit gear.
And she'll look at you and be like, pretty much, yeah.
We
We
appreciate the candor.
Great.
I require only a wooden shield and a demi-lance, some sort of short spear or half pike.
Gonna get
but
fire-
that wouldn't
fire
work
and
with your
If you had a shield.
It's adaptable, so it would work.
but you have
Well,
to use
you
it in
have to
two
have-
hands. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't have the shield and the.
I want
on.
the shield to have the shield, because I can
Just
use
in
it
case.
one-handed.
The
Okay.
shield to have the shield.
Yeah,
No, the
so-
demi-lance is
to-
adaptable, so I can
Yeah.
use the demi-lance one-handed with a shield.
yeah, but
Yeah, so it
but-
might be point
but
where
you
defense
wouldn't
is more important.
using it like that. You wouldn't always automatically parry.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Just
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
So
trying to
she'll
think if there's a reason you would ever need the shield.
To block ranged attacks.
yeah. So
That's
you can
That's a good
parry.
answer.
Yeah, you can parry ranged attacks with a shield. So yeah, she'll look at you
Yeah,
and
do it
be.
with like a fucking spear.
Just-
I bet there has to be a class.
I'm sure
feature
there
for one
is,
of
yeah. And she'll look at you, and you can tell she appreciates the like forthrightness. And so she goes to one of the barrels that has a bunch of like long lance spears in it. She grabs one, hands it to you, and grabs a shield off the wall. And again, this is like stuff that was either like pretty damaged and like partially repaired, or like the shield she hands you has this like long black streak of where it was clearly like burned by something. And
Do these
then
have any negative?
they
Do you
don't
have
features to them?
I'll also ask her if she has any resin or any wrappings so that I can make repairs on my own.
and she'll look at you and kind of raise an eyebrow, and she's like, I think I could provide a little bit of that to somebody who knows what they're doing. And so then yeah, she goes back into the nice area of the armory and grabs you a little like field repair pack that has some resin and wrappings.
Cool.
And so then she'll sort of gesture to the rest of you, is like, what can I release to you? You know, we've got, and again, this is like the press X
Junk.
to reload your gun or whatever. But it's like,
I
we've
need a
got
simple-
simple weapons and martial weapons and
I need a simple spear and a nice little hunting bow or something like that.
and she'll kind of like size you up and be like, all right, I think I've got something that can fit you. And she
Yeah, something
she
very
hands
small.
you a spear that's clearly like the bottom fifth of it is just broken off.
Right.
And so
Broke
it's
off
like
at the
just
tip.
the like perfect size for the gnome. And then
Almost as good as the one I used to have.
the hunting bow.
Yeah, almost exactly the same.
It has a metal spearhead, so it's not. I mean, it's mechanically it's a fire hardened spear.
Yeah.
But it's actually like a spear. And
Oh, go ahead.
and she hands you a hunting bow with a quiver of like 15 arrows.
Also, do I get like any leather armor or anything? I could use some armor. I'm a squishy
Yeah,
guy.
are we getting any
Yeah,
armor at
so
all?
she'll be like, yes. Don't worry, we'll do armor after we've done the weapons. It's in a separate part of the armory. I
Game
appreciate.
mechanic
Of
that
the
we have set up.
tutorial.
Yeah,
It's a separate part of the
How
tutorial.
many arrows will I get with the hunting bow?
you got 15.
Fuck yeah, that's plenty.
Are we going with this is a basic like shit wooden shield, or is it like a
Yeah.
simple buckler?
It's a basic
Okay.
shit wooden shield.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I will ask. I know it's not standard military weaponry by any means, but I am
Like
pretty experienced using a scythe. I spent the first 20 years in the clergy harvesting as part of my worship.
And she'll look at you and be like, I don't have a scythe.
It's unfortunate.
You should get more scythes in here.
Yeah. She's like, while you're over in Voshake Tadberg, it's free what is the word?
game?
Salvage or whatever, where it's like,
Steal some
oh,
shit.
I'm reclaiming this in the name of the military.
What about just a standard wood chopping axe?
She'll be like, that I do have. And she'll go around a corner and you hear a little clanking of metal axe heads. And she'll hand you one. And it's pretty nice. It's just a woodsman axe, and it appears to be sharp. The handle is polished. There's nice like leather wrapping on the bottom part. Yeah.
Trisha would be like, hey, I like that. I want one of those.
And she'll be like, all right, coming right up. And she hands you one that's basically identical.
Hell yeah. Did you need anything else, Cody?
I suppose I should get a shield too in case I need to do ranged blocking.
Sure. And she'll hand you, from the same wall that she grabbed Topher's shield, she'll hand you a wooden shield.
Cool.
Trisha would be like, so as far as range, can I get like a javelin, multiple javelins?
I can do some javelins.
Got
And
crossbows.
we have crossbows.
Can I have a javelin and a crossbow?
Yeah. And so she'll
Hell yeah.
A quiver of crossbows.
to like
Quiver
throw.
of bolts.
yeah.
So she'll bring you
like
a
salt fire, okay? Shoot the gun, drop it, pull out a new one.
yeah. It's like a fairly small light crossbow. It looks like you're ruining everything, Kat. The crossbow looks like somebody like tried to block an overhead like sword blow with
Just
it.
like a big
There's like
gash
a
in
big furrow in the stock of the crossbow, and she's like, "This is what we got. It hasn't been repaired yet, obviously, but it'll function." And then she'll hand you a thing of 10 bolts and 3 javelins that are kind of wrapped together nicely.
Nice. She'll give a nod.
She's like, "All right, is that it for arms for the mission?"
I
mean,
think
in my
so.
thing, I have a sling. Do you have a sling you just give me for free?
Yeah, she'll
To return it.
go to like a little chest that has leather straps in it, and she
Jesus,
takes it's
Hey, slings are always useful. 'cause
it's
you have
a little
unlimited ammo.
pouch of musket balls that
Oh.
she hands you.
Nice. Yeah, slings can be useful for multiple things. You find some explosives.
Yeah. Make a bomb.
And you can just do
Yeah.
that with rocks too.
a bong.
Make a
bomb.
bong. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bong.
Hunter gets it.
All
How
right.
many musket balls?
10 again.
10.
Yep.
Very nice.
All
right.
right. Last stop, the pilot.
Oh boy.
Did Edwin get his shit?
Edwin has
Oh, what about
seemingly
armor?
what?
What about
Oh yeah,
armor.
armor. So she's gonna outfit all of you with basically like patchwork leather armor.
Okay, that's
Cool.
fine. That's what I want.
Which is 2 DT.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
I
no
can tell you
quality.
what it is.
And yeah, and like
It's no qualities, 2 DTM, 3 encumbrance.
yeah. And so it's very basic. And again, some of this stuff
You said leather, right? Leather
Yeah.
armor for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
it's
Yeah, I
like
think I
a
already got that.
it's like a pullover cuirass and some like strap-on pauldrons and stuff, and it's all mismatched. You can tell that there was at some point like a variety of sets of armor that they were issued over the years, and this is just like cobbled together. Some of them have like obvious places where they're repaired, where like one of the cuirasses has this like giant grapefruit sized patch where obviously like a hole was punched straight through the chest of it. But none of it affects like the effectiveness of it. It's all fully effective, but you're looking at it and you're like, people have died in this almost for sure. Like,
Hey,
Oh,
people
yeah.
can die and stuff without the armor getting damaged. There could just be like blood stained all over it.
yeah,
Yeah, like my suit. Oh, there was one thing I did want to ask about. Do you have any man traps, as the game calls them?
Oh, like the grabby.
Yeah, bear trap, basically.
Oh, you mean like a
trap.
like something you set?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, not the man catcher. Yeah, just like bear traps, basically.
Oh, okay. And she'll be like, "Yeah, actually, we should have a few of those." And she like goes around to a completely different part of the armory, and you guys follow her. And she's like, "Yeah, here's like you said, like an animal trap or a spring-loaded clamp trap."
Yeah.
And she'll be like, "This is actually good that we came over here because I need to issue you guys your field packs." And so there's like a bunch of they look like fanny packs, but
But they're
Well,
not.
it's like a hard belt, and then there's like a big oval leather pouch with a flap and a button, and you wear it around your waist, and the pack sits, somewhere on your hip or whatever. And inside the pack, there are soldiers' materials by the name of let's see. In each pack, there are 2 bandages. There is one wrapped up seed pod of opium.
Opium.
And then there's one tincture, which is like in a little brown glass bottle with a cork stopper. And then, let's see.
That's our don't die medicine.
Yeah, there's also,
I thought that was the opium.
there's a packet of smelling salts. that's wrapped in cotton.
Where does one put the random gear at?
In the
Trappings.
trappings, you
It's in
can
trappings.
you can
It's a
click.
stupid setup.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Mhm.
You just add weapon.
Yes. Yep. No, it's not weapon. It's
It'll be
down
in
below.
trappings in the
Yeah.
center.
You gotta hit add for each,
Oh.
every singular one.
Let's see. Oh, okay.
I do prefer them to be separated personally, because I like being able to hit show.
Yeah, and then there's
I
one.
just can keep them separate in like a big old box and then give a description if I want.
There's one container of laudanum, and laudanum is like your sedative. You rolled a 57 demi lance.
Alright, so
Who are you killing?
I can easily get other stuff like rope, box of matches, bedroll, some torches, survival kit, water skin, things like that.
Yeah, and so she'll hand you the soldier's kit, which has all of the like don't die shit in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll start doling out like a canteen for each of you, and then like a
Fourth of a tent.
fourth of a tent.
Yeah.
A very ratty looking leather backpack that Cody can distribute the rations into and everything. And so then once you're all dressed up with all your shit, you look a lot like like a Napoleon era like infantryman, but just in like the shittiest
hats.
gear possible. You don't get a hat. You
have
do
the
get
hats on?
you have like a leather cap sort of thing. It's like a boiled hardened leather cap. You've got
That's
like
dumb. Celine doesn't want that.
you got like the cross straps for the backpack and the pouch on your hip and everything. Sword sheaths on your side for carrying your stuff. Yeah.
Well, we're carrying mostly axes
Yeah, you're all
and spears.
you're all kitted out.
I just wanted to do some reaping.
with your son.
I understand, but also a fort quartermaster wouldn't have a scythe.
I mean, don't they have to feed themselves here?
No, the towns do. Towns bring the food.
Gotta go to the towns. Get the
Haven't they
scythe.
taxed them for like resources and just taken their scythes?
Scythe tax.
Farming goods.
Bring out your scythes.
You're applying logic to governmental actions in this sort of area. I don't think that's really. I think they're more concerned with getting the money hell or high
No
water.
scythe. Only food. Only
Yeah.
harvest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No scythe, only harvest.
Yeah, no.
All right, we gotta go talk to a pilot.
Yeah. So the last stop, Rosette. Rosette Dupree.
Rosette. Rosette.
She
Rosette.
is in the infirmary. And so she's the infirmary is the nicest barracks building that's been converted over in the case of treating injuries, and she's the only one there because nobody else has been hurt yet. And she is a human female, and
Oh god, Topher's gonna
yeah,
have a shit connection.
she's got a big old
I'm
mop
just kidding.
of red hair. She basically looks like Aloy from
Cool.
that game that I
Yeah,
remember the
Horizon
main character.
Zero Dawn.
Yeah, remember the main character's first name, but I don't remember what
It's
the game
not
is
hard.
called.
They go in the first section of that game. They just like Aloy.
Aloy.
Her name is Aloy.
Yeah.
Like the opening scene, they shout her name.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So that's basically
Um,
what Rosette looks like. And so she's sitting in the infirmary bed, and her arm is like strapped to her chest because it's clearly been like fucked up.
I want to walk in and sit on the chair next to her bedside,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna say, Rosette.
And she'll be like, yes.
Why'd you get your ass kicked?
I've been sent to give you your last rites.
And she'll look at you, and she'll look at everybody else. She'll be like, you almost had me going for a second.
Gotcha, right? So how did you almost die?
Well, that's quite the tale. Let me tell you. First, before I answer your question, I have to answer it with a question. Have you
I
ever
love a
seen a woman that you're looking, you're looking at her from behind, and you're like, yeah, and then she turns around, and you're looking from toe moving up, and you're like, yeah, and then you finally get to to her face, and you're like, oh God, no.
Beak?
Well, that happened to me, but I happened to be, hundreds of feet in the air. Which, I'll have you know, is not a commonplace to see a woman with a beautiful body and a horrifying face, covered in feathers, flying around.
If it weren't for the horrifying face, I would say your co-pilot sees that all the time.
You're smooth. I like you.
Ding. I say ding as I wink.
Ding. Ting.
Topher just stands up. I'm hard.
I'm hard. You guys are making me
You're
all
not
hard.
wrong.
Every time you say that, Celine's just gonna check to look.
But you said a horrifying face and feathers?
And talons and shrieking. We were flying back from a routine scouting mission just over the border in Voshek Tadberg, seeing if we could see anything interesting going on. And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see the flash of what I thought was one of the prettiest women I've ever seen. And it confused me because I was like, that shouldn't be here. And so I turn and I see, there she is, arms feathered, flying through the air, shrieking. Suddenly, the balloon is shredded. Our canopy is leaking Luft gas faster than we can possibly replace it. We're losing altitude. My first mate... Shit, where'd my notes go? She forgot what the first mate's name was.
Yeah. Daniel Dedson.
It's okay.
My first
Rest.
mate...
You've been through a lot.
My first mate, Webern, is running up and back and down the deck, trying to secure the lines so that we don't lose our envelope entirely. And then we hit the tree line. And I'll have you know, they build those airships pretty sturdy, but they don't build them sturdy enough. We shattered in half on the first big trunk, dangling from the balloon as we're flying sideways, falling to the ground at a pace that I can't even begin to estimate. Then the Luft drive shatters against another tree and blows out the back, and that's sort of when things get a little hazy. We hit the ground. My arm is just red hot with pain. It's evening at this time, and I stumble away from the wreck, knowing that we were flying south, and as long as I continue south, I'm going to hit the road and be able to make it back to Fort Bodeswell. And I did, miraculously.
Being flung around and stuff like that, how do you know which way was south?
Well, because we had a bird's eye view from where we were coming in, right? Even as you're falling to the ground, you still have, an awareness of where you are facing at any given time. And we hit the ground, and I was able to orient myself and get out of there before anything came swooping down to do God knows what. I didn't see Webern among the wreckage. I pray that he is okay, but suspect that he is not.
Yeah, probably not if he hasn't made it back yet. Those
How
things
far
probably got him.
from the road, if you had to guesstimate?
I was a little delirious from the pain, but it honestly didn't take me that long of a walk, possibly a few miles from the fort itself. 10, 15 at the most. The crash site should be fairly obvious. We took the tops off a bunch of trees. There's probably fire burning still, maybe. Luftgas is highly flammable. I suspect if you... Here, you have a map, right?
Yeah.
She'll take...
Who's got the map?
She'll take your map, and she'll be like, oh, damn, this shit's old. But if
Yeah.
you...
You might notice a lot of the equipment we have is old. I think our food is the freshest thing we've got.
Yeah, right.
I hope so.
And so she'll look at the map and kind of like orient it. And she'll be like, okay, so we were flying in from the north, and I remember that this hill was here and this sweep of the river. And you can see she's doing like mental trigonometry and kind of lightly tracing on the map. And she's like, okay, right about here. And she'll use the quill that she's always had to mark on the map a general area. Like, this is almost for sure. If you get here, you'll be able to see where we came down. if it's not directly there. Just look for the long strip of forest that has been decapitated and dragged by a falling airship. And of course, the envelope billowing on the ground should be fairly obvious once you get close enough.
Nate, you listen to some good tunes there, bud?
Some Fury boss music came on, even though we're
Ooh.
not fighting. So,
All right. So she,
Topher, you making us check our posture? How dare you?
yeah. Disgusting.
oh man, good guy Topher. Looking out for us.
Disgusting good guy, Topher.
I've had to check it myself a few times. I keep slowly slipping down into my chair.
We might just make our timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. She shows you on the map where to expect to find the airship crash. And that checks off the last major fort stop. Is there anything that anybody
The
wants
last
to...
port stop of our fortnight here.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
Okay, put it in put it in our SEO Fortnite.
Yeah.
I'll just say as I'm getting up to go. So I guess we'll have to take a rain check on that last rites. But when I get back, you can find me if you want to do some prayer.
And she suddenly reaches out and she's like, "Wait, I have 2 requests actually." And she'll
We're gonna try and bring him back if we can.
She'll be like, I don't give a shit about Webburn. This is more
Really?
important."
That's not Jesus. Okay.
If you can bring back Webburn, that would be awesome. But really, I need 2 things from you.
We're not bringing you a harpy girlfriend.
I need
my
my
God.
hat, and I need possibly, maybe, the contraband on the airship that I was not able to recover before I came back here.
Contraband.
And this is, I know you guys are kind of the criminal type or whatever.
I'll take good care of your contraband.
So if you can find the secret hold, it's going to be in the front of the ship. It's in the roof between where the deck and the roof of the under shit. What is that called?
Hard walks away while you're talking.
Yeah, so she's like conspiratively whispering. She's like, if you can get the stuff out of here and bring it back to me before you see anybody else, don't go to McKay's, don't do anything silly, that would be ideal. So my hat, it's black, it's tricorn, it's got 1 in the front, 2 in the back. Really need that. If it's not burned
Go
up,
by the nickname Beast, do you? On the high,
the winds,
seas.
yeah. Oh, that's
Oh, so nice, Beast.
Nightbot.
I'm modding for you, Hunter. You're
Thank
welcome.
you. So yeah, she'll give you a wink and be like, if you can do that for me, we'll be golden. Nobody has to get in any trouble. We can get the airship rebuilt. We can sort of, establish a little, if you know what I mean.
Does that mean you can get us more contraband if we do this for you?
She's like, there's a lot of interesting things you can do with a functional airship, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Now that sounds like a euphemism.
You got a functional airship, baby?
Don't worry, we're gonna get your airship repaired. You're gonna be functional in no time.
She's like, as long as this arm heals up right, should be in the air. I should be ready to be in the air before the airship is.
I
Yeah,
can make
don't
some
worry.
salve for that.
Even if it doesn't heal up right, you can still make do. I gesture to my leg.
I can make some salve for that too.
Make
You can
salve
make
for everything.
salve for my mishealed broken leg
Permanent disfigurement.
to make it walk normal again.
I don't know, but I can make some salve.
Oh, geez. Well, I can
I
make
never
a
said to
salve
fix
too.
it.
That'll
Yeah.
just turn you from a
Wow.
gnome into a real creature.
She's gonna go up and kick your bad leg.
Trisha would be like, wait, she's a gnome?
I will fucking stab you. I have a spear now.
I'm sorry, Celine. That was unnecessarily cruel.
And Trisha would be like, no, Celine, seriously, you gotta tell me if you're a gnome.
If you're a gnome, you are legally required to tell me. You're
Yeah,
a gnome.
I
All right, let's go get that
legitimately
fucking
thought
hat
you were a
and see if we
goblin.
can save
I'm
that
sorry.
Going
little
to
guy.
glare
Yeah.
at you. And then she's gonna get up real close to you and say, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Does that mean you're a gnome or a goblin? I don't understand.
I'm gonna pick you up by the sash on your like a cat.
You gotta take both arms probably. She's 66, well maybe not, she's like 66 pounds. Depends on your strength, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm pretty strong. I'm not the strongest, but I'm pretty strong.
Because it'd
My
be kind of
brown's
hard if
pretty
she
low.
starts flailing with just one
Oh
arm.
yeah. Oh yeah. All right, after me, my
Yeah.
gentle
So
ladies in
I'm gonna
arms
ask
and
Rosette
heart.
if there's like any landmarks or any towns or anything we should be aware of out there besides the Harpy, obviously.
not between the fort and the crash site, or where she thinks it is. It's close
Where?
enough.
Out there.
Yeah, it's close enough that there's no intervening town or anything.
Okay.
It's just they were almost back and then they went down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so if you guys are ready to Bart from the fort, then we can scene transition.
Yeah.
So everybody give me let's see. So
These checks.
survival or I would say scrutinize would be relevant as well. Or let's see.
I'm not good at any of these. I remember
I'm good
that
at
I'm shit at
survival.
all of the travel checks.
Yeah, so we're not doing a strictly like travel
Okay.
Oh, there's navigation as well. So navigation or survival or scrutinize to find the wreck. So you're gonna be
Question, is it going to be
That's
nighttime
all the
at all?
way.
No, it is daytime. It's you started in the morning and you're getting ready, and so it's like noon as you're setting out.
Okay, so survival
Navigation
or
requires
navigation?
you to be trained, right?
Does it have an asterisk next to it?
Yeah, it
It
does.
does.
Yeah.
Trish, that is a critical failure.
Oh,
What are
God.
you doing?
Good work.
Trish is gonna try and take us off the path.
So
I will
Jordan,
follow her.
I swear it's over here.
Jordan
Wait, what are we-
should be
Right.
able
What
to.
why are we? What am I
You rolled
rolling?
that even if it's a critical failure?
Yeah. So
Okay.
we're
Re-roll it or flip it? Because if he flips
re-roll
it, it's
it.
still a failure.
Yeah, he can re-roll
What
it.
the
No,
heck
it's
lets
a
him
reroll.
reroll?
His class profession trait lets him re-roll scrutinize and eavesdropping.
Okay.
Why are we scrutinizing?
18.
So-
are we all rolling?
So you have
Bow,
left
bow, bow, bow.
the fort, and you are following Rosette's vague directions to where she thinks the crash
To
site
where
is.
the airship is.
Yeah. And she says it should be obvious. It's pretty close to the fort. It's going to be a day's walk, or like not even a day's walk, but like part of a day's walk or march or whatever, from the fort to where vaguely the crash site is, and you'll, assuming nothing catastrophic happens, you should be able to get back to the fort in the same day or by evening.
So
Don't
we're
worry,
scrutinizing
Trish is like,
to
"I
see
got
which
you,
way
y'all."
we should go.
So we are abstracting your travel, because you have a pretty solid, like, we need to go this way.
Yeah.
And so the scrutinize or the survival.
Wouldn't
or,
awareness be a better? I don't know.
Awareness
Like-
is more of like,
What about navigation? 'Cause
around
that's
me.
an actual.
Hey,
like,
yeah.
use
So
navigation
we talked about
It has to
navigation,
be trained.
but yeah, you can't roll it if you don't have.
Oh,
a
if it's not trained,
yeah,
you're
if
right,
you
'cause
don't have
it's
a
an
skill.
asterisk skill.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I
You
was
have to use
just,
a basic skill.
if you wanted to use awareness, you could. That would be fine. I would say that that's abstract.
I don't
enough.
think it matters either way, but so scrutinize is what everybody else is doing.
Yeah. So this,
There you go.
in this instance, this is determining.
Only one of us could figure it out. I guess Nate figured it out.
Yeah, this is basically how long it takes you to find
Well,
it.
Jordan got it. Jordan got it.
Yeah.
on a
18.
second reroll.
So since
On my
Jordan
first reroll.
and Celine and Trish, they're kind of leading the way. They first notice in the distance, they're like, "Oh shit, like look at the tree line over there. There's like a dip in the tree line where it looks like the tops of the trees have been sheared off by some massive force." And
It's like, and look at the billowing fire. I wonder what that's related to.
and then you do notice that there's a very thin light trail of smoke basically between you and where the trees were like sheared off. And so you're like, well shit, that's almost for sure it. And guess what? You're right. My cat is on my mouse again, so this is going to be a little bit difficult.
Need to keep that thing on a leash, Hunter. Come on.
A
Have
leash
you
wouldn't
tried?
even help.
I know.
Have you tried throwing it? I keep asking.
That's so mean, though.
God, that's big. I really got to zoom out. to
Yeah,
get all
this
that
is big.
Yeah, I'm at like 30%.
Okay, so
Look at that art.
you come up to the crash from the south. So you guys are at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
And if you want to pan around a little bit, I can describe what you're seeing here.
Hey,
You
hey
are
guys,
a
that right there, that's 1 yard. 1 square is 1 yard.
Yeah, so I did mark, and that was mostly so that I can actually get the aspect ratio right on the frickin'.
Actually, this is just a fenced-in
This
little yard
is
with a signpost that
1
says
yard.
property of
Yeah, it's literally
no
a
trespassing.
yard. Yeah, so don't go over there. There's an old guy with a shotgun.
Sitting on a
Heck
lawn
yeah.
chair.
Yeah.
Can't
So
move.
as you approach, you see first this tree that's been like downed and plowed under partially by part of the hole, and then this other part of the hole is like crunched up against this tree, which is still standing, and there's like shit strewn from where the hole is broken open. And then up here you can see where the envelope is like partially billowed over a standing tree. And then there's this giant tangle of wires that are all like tangled and snapped and fucked up, connecting the hole to the envelope. And then farther back, there's like a mound in the envelope, which you can see is actually where it like hooked a tree and tore it out and drug it like to the south, where it finally
So
came to a
this
stop.
isn't the great white slime.
No, it's not, unfortunately.
That
I'll
was exciting.
find you one day.
And so
Great white
as you come up,
Give her her gimp leg.
yeah, it's your white
They
whale.
called me Lil Schmael.
As you approach, you immediately notice that something is wrong because,
Yeah, the ship's broken.
well, besides the ship being
Also shit on the ground.
destroyed, there is like
Fucking Captain Obvious. over
between
here.
between the felled tree and the standing tree, there's kind of like a little, it almost looks like a camp because there's like a little fire and kind of like a sheet of metal that's been, I'll just draw it in real quick. I didn't include it in my full map, but it's like right here. What is happening?
What is happening?
Oh, I was drawing a polygon. So it's like right there, and kind of surrounding it. Why is it doing this? I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Come on,
It's like filling in.
Just select either draw shape or freehand.
I selected freehand, I swear.
Like
Maybe I
this
just
story.
need one color? Okay, yeah.
that's fine.
Okay,
Probably
so so surrounding that, it's kind of like a little sputtering fire with a sheet of metal over it. There's just like piles of gore. And it's kind of hard to make out from where you guys are, but it's very obviously like bloody remains of something.
Can I do like a folklore check to know anything about harpies?
Yes.
Okay, I want to do that.
Smart.
This is not great.
Hunter, you're gonna be a liar.
Oh shit, I made it.
I know. Yeah, it's already 1 o'clock.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll just say the harpy appears.
Kill it
Next
fast!
time. No, it's what.
Oh, it's the
every episode
cliffhanger.
of Dimension 20 is the cliffhanger.
I mean, we
You got
could.
1 minute. You got 1
Then we'll
minute.
go like this.
Do the
I
folklore
succeeded
thing
by
and then do it.
folklore.
Okay, so you know that harpies are very rarely seen in any sort of civilized setting because they shun like humanity and the civilized ancestries. But they do like to nest in like destroyed buildings or abandoned things like this. And so you're looking at this and you're like, damn, it looks like maybe this harpy just straight up built a nest for itself after dropping the airship.
So that, like, I think that might be a harpy's nest.
That kind of like, you're connecting the dots in your
Yeah.
head, and you're like, like this, from what I
That's
know
probably
about
water.
harpies as a hedgewise, this could be what's going on here.
They do love to make little campfires surrounded by gore.
I
That's
will
signature.
let everyone know. So harpies definitely like to make nests in areas like destroyed buildings and things like this. So they or however many are probably still around.
Cool.
Yeah, and so you're still a good ways away. Maybe this should be in yards. Oh wait, maybe it
Yeah.
is in yards. It is in yards.
It's
I mean,
supposed to be-
It's a 5
Oh.
feet, 5 foot squares.
Oh yeah, so I mean,
Squares.
yeah, it's basically the same. So yeah, this is
So you just go by squares. It's like 13 yards.
yeah. So that's pretty to scale. We'll move you back just a little bit, but you're kind of surveying it like from a distance. You're like, oh shit, like what is all that gross stuff over there?
Ew, gross.
So what do you want to do? Do you want to approach? Do you want to wait?
I want to do an awareness check to see if I can notice anything nearby or hear anything that
Sure.
should concern me. So, Ba-dunk. Ooh,
A
what
2.
is- man.
Nice.
Drop it like it's hot, Topher. Hell yeah, brother.
So both of you like motion to your companion. You're like, all right, let's listen. Let's just take it easy. And you're all kind of like crouched in the shrubbery or whatever. And you hear from sort of inside somewhere grunting
2 harpies having crazy sex.
and like heavy footsteps on wood.
Ooh.
So like as if they were in
This shit.
like the destroyed
The
parts
hole.
of the hull, and there's kind of like wood scattered. I didn't draw it, but like wood scattered between the two halves. You can hear kind of faintly like the clumping of feet and sort of like bestial grunts.
Bestial grunts. How do we want to go about this? Do we want to try and draw it out, throw a rock over there, try and clatter on some and make some noise?
Maybe. Then shoot our ranged at them.
Yeah, if it's a harpy.
Probably better than getting close.
I want to hit it with an axe.
What was
Is that a
that?
screaming sound?
You could move closer. I can stay back here. And
That
it's
was
like
a sound-
move
a sound
closer in a
effect?
shrub.
That was a sound effect of a witch harpy from D&D.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll move forward. You guys want to stay a little bit
I
behind me?
mean, are there closer like bushes or shrubs?
Yeah,
shrubberies
you
that I
would
can hide
you
in?
would make like a stealth or whatever to be like
Okay.
sneaking up.
I mean, I want
Make
to kind of
stealth.
sneak up into like
Anyone that wants to sneak.
a closer bush or something. So
This freaking cat.
I'm
He's
probably
so
not
cute.
gonna make it. Oh my god, I am crushing it today. Don't worry,
Nope,
next
that's
time in
not gonna
combat,
make
I'm
it.
going to fail miserably and not hit a damn thing.
Got an 81 on
Oh.
my stealth check.
Okay.
Move, like right here, if there's like a shrub or bush somewhere.
How come I
So-
can't move back, by the way?
You guys are stealthily trying to approach. Celine succeeds weaving her way through the thick bushes, where Hart, why are you biting me? What the fuck?
You know what you've done.
Trish and Hart are not as successful and are sort of like clumping and maybe like snapping twigs and stuff.
Oh, grumble and stay away from them.
Yep. And so from inside the ship, kind of like coming out from some of like the hanging down and like busted boards and stuff, appears
I'm gonna ready my bow.
I'm gonna ready an axe.
I'm gonna ready my
a
ass.
figure
An archer.
right here.
It's an archer.
An
And he
archer.
kind of like peeks out and he's looking around, and it's an orc. And in Zweihander, orcs are very pig looking. So he has like a porcine face with like the snout and like tusks and a bunch of like really dark coarse fur. And so it's like a mix between a human and a pig.
I was a young warthog.
And I do want to point out that in Zweihander, orcs are the result of like a supernatural infection. So like when somebody dies, they get infected with orc's molt, and then the fungus takes over the body and transforms them into orcs.
It's
And
straight up like that one disease, except it waits till you die. That one fungus, not disease.
yeah, and
The
so
The bugs, yep.
yeah, and so it's they're not like an established ancestry or whatever. It's more the result of like a plague, or like zombification is sort of analogous to what happens to orcs, and they're definitely like strongly chaos aligned and generally bad news bears. And so he pokes his snout out and he's looking around.
The other
And
pig's not
he's
there.
got a crude bow with like short black arrows. And he rolls his. Oh
Oh
shit.
damn.
Oh my god.
So you see him like narrow his eyes, and then he like takes a big sniff of the air. And then he like perks up and he lets out a squeal like, "Rrrr," and it kind of sounds like words, like somebody's here, and that'll be initiative.
Oh, I thought you were gonna end it there.
Boy, I mean, we could cliffhanger
We
it.
probably should, because I think that combat's, unless it's literally
Combat's
with one
gonna
guy,
take a while.
Yeah,
it's gonna take like 45 minutes or more.
yeah. So maybe
Yeah.
maybe that should be our cliffhanger. Is
Yeah,
you've been spotted by an orcs at the crash site, and we will pick up next Friday on April
Ball
16.
Oh,
Oh
sorry.
man, I might feel like ass that day, but I'll do what I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel like ass too because I'll have my second shot like a day
Me
before
too,
that.
buddy. That's
I feel
exactly
like ass
why.
too, but also that's just because.
That's just how I am.
That's just
So
how
yeah.
I am.
We will
Same.
call episode 1 of the Scarlet Sash stories to a conclusion here on a cliffhanger. The Sash Bearers have ventured forth into the cursed land to recover a fallen airship and have been spotted by an orc.
First
And
mission
I want to
for the mean girls.
yeah, we'll do a quick shout out to Jordan, Cody, Topher, and Nathan for being excellent bros, hanging out, participating in Zweihander. Shout out to Daniel, who runs the Grim and Perilous Studios and is one of the primary authors of Zweihander, for providing this opportunity for us to run this and be part of the community. Thank you for everybody for watching. All of you awesome people from For the Sake of Gaming, you're the best. Super appreciate it. Tex, Beauty, Eric was here. I think Novalone was in there. All the bros. Super awesome. Everybody from the Zweihander Discord as well. You guys are super helpful. Really appreciate everything that you guys do too. Yeah, I think this went pretty well.
Could have been worse.
Yeah.
Time on Orcs Ball Z.
Yeah, next time
Orcs Balls
on
Z.
Sash Bearer Z, we'll be
Wanna be
fighting
on them balls.
orcs
What?
and
Yeah.
and
Will we fuck the orcs? Do we have to?
4 hours of orc fighting.
Oh,
after
Jordan,
which we'll do
Jordan.
another cliffhanger for the final
Trish.
section of the orc fight.
yeah.
Trish, only if it's consensual.
That's
okay?
true.
Exactly. It has
Yeah,
to be
we have
consensual.
that is one of our forsaken topics. So you will need to
Celine, it's
seduce.
down if they're down.
You will need to
Yeah.
seduce the orc and
Gotta
convince
convince the pig boy.
it. Yep.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
All right.
Thank you everybody for stopping by. We're gonna go ahead and end it there. Get some water. Go to the bathroom. You're all wonderful and beautiful. Thank you so much.
Huzzah!
See ya.
Huzzah.